Okay, we are going to get started. This is the Baltimore City Council Judiciary Committee. I'm Councilman Eric Costello from the 11th District, Chair of the committee. I'm joined today by Vice Chairwoman, Councilwoman Mary Pat Clark from the 14th District, Councilman Ed Reisinger from the 10th District, Councilwoman Shannon Sneed from the 13th District, Councilman Robert Stokes from the 12th District. I know that Councilmember John Bullock from the 9th District is going to be excused for the first hour. And we are missing Councilman Leon, 7th District. Matt, if you have a chance, once we get started, if you could call Councilman Pickett, see if you can track him down and let him know that we're starting. If you're not speaking, please go on mute so we don't have any feedback. Before I get to the agencies, as well as other folks that are on the call, I do want to note one thing. You're going to hear some banging and background noise. My next door neighbor is doing some construction work at their house. And in COVID-19, when we live so close to each other in these row houses, unfortunately, that is something that you all are going to hear in the background. So my sincere apologies. I may increase my voice. Please don't take that as me yelling. That is just making sure that you can hear me. I will try to be on mute as much as possible. We're also joined by Matt Peters, who is staff to the committee, who is going to be assisting with a number of things today, including setting up panels. He'll be chiming in from time to time. Representing Mayor Jack Young, we have Matt Stegman and Nina Themelis from the Mayor's Office of Government Relations. Representing Council President Brandon Scott, right now we have Dominic McAlilly, and we may also at a later point in the hearing have Kaylin Young. Before we begin, I want to talk through kind of the overview of the agenda today and what we're going to do. So normally, first, a little bit of legislative background. When a bill is introduced, it's introduced to the full council. That's what's known as first reader. The bill is then assigned to a committee by the council president. In this case, the council president has assigned it to the Judiciary Committee. So the bill is currently in the control of the Judiciary Committee. We are here today for a hearing on this bill. Usually when I start off a committee hearing, I'll give introductions as to, let me take a step back. First, I need to call the hearing to order. So we are here today for Council Bill 20-0615, Ban the Burn at Every Turn Act. Okay, so the hearing is now called to order. I've introduced myself, other members of the council, who's representing the mayor, who's representing the council president, and the staff to the committee. In terms of agenda, the first thing I will do is I will end up turning it over to the chief sponsor of the bill, in this case, Councilwoman Mary Pat Clark, for introductory remarks, brief introductory remarks. Then we are going to go to the city agencies. I will defer to Matt Stegman on behalf of Mayor Jack Young, who will determine the order of the city agencies that will testify. After each city agency has completed testifying, we will take questions from just the committee members. Once we complete going through the city agencies, we are going to have two panels. The sponsor of the bill has put together a panel of advocates that she has worked on or worked with on this legislation. That panel will go first. They will get a sum total between each of the panelists of 20 minutes. When we get to that point, I'm going to turn it over to Matt Peters, who's going to call out the names of each of those panelists, and he'll make sure on the tech side of things that we get all those folks on the panel. Then we're probably going to take a brief 2 or 3 minute recess, and then we will turn over to the panel that is representing Bresco/Wheelabrator. We will give them equal time. They will get a sum total of 20 minutes that they can determine how they want to split up, just as the sponsors panel will have the ability to do. During those panel presentations, My understanding is that there is at least one PowerPoint presentation that will be put up on the screen. Matt Peters, staff to the committee, will assist in getting all of that set up. After that, we will take another brief, 2 or 3 minute recess, and then we will get into public testimony. Right now, I don't know how many folks are on the line. So usually what we do is a 2-minute maximum limit on the amount of time that each person is permitted to testify. Please note that Matt Peters, again, our staff to the committee, will be timing folks. Depending on the number of callers, I may change the amount of time that each person has to testify. I will let folks know how much time that will be before we get into that last portion of public testimony. And then at the end, we will discuss next steps for the bill. One last thing during the panel discussion, I'm going to ask Matt to interrupt the speaker on my behalf to let them know when we hit the following time marks: 10 minutes remaining, 5 minutes remaining, 2 minutes, and 1 minute remaining. So Matt's going to interrupt you for a second. Just going to let you know so you're aware of how much time you all as a panel have. Before we get into that, to my colleagues on the committee, and we've also been joined by Councilman Leon Pinkett, and this is just for the council colleagues. Are there any questions about the agenda or the flow for this hearing? Councilwoman, you're on mute.
Yes, I do. I helped to organize a panel. Now we know that the whole panel has 20 minutes. I would just like to say that there are 6 panelists. So if they're listening, they should keep their remarks to 2 minutes, but the first 2 speakers should have an extra minute, since both of them are, one of them actually authored the bill, and the other one was the advocate's contractor for the plan, that the roundtable plan.
Councilwoman.
I just wanted them to hear that. I didn't.
Yes. And Councilwoman, what I'll do is, before your panel begins, I'm going to go back to you so that you can explain that again in case they're not on right now. So I'll give.
Okay, that would be helpful, because I know they'll do it, and I told them it would be short, but the first 2 need the extra minute.
Yep. And look, if the first speaker wants to take 19 minutes and the last 5 people want to split the minute, that's their prerogative.
Well, so much for the advocates after that.
I'm going to defer to the panelists. Colleagues, council colleagues, are there any other questions about the agenda or flow for this hearing?
No questions.
Okay, seeing that there are none, we will now get started. I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman Clark for brief introductory remarks on the bill. Councilwoman, I'm going to ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes if possible. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Colleagues that are here today. Oops, Daisy. Am I on? Yes. On, right?
Yes, you're on now. Yes.
Okay, thank you. This legislation provides Baltimore City, This legislation prohibits Baltimore City from entering into any new contracts which authorize the use of incinerators or waste to fuel facilities effective upon enactment. Our Bresco contract expires in 2021. Ideally, Baltimore then advances to the zero waste future this city council has supported and planned since 2017. But until we enact today's ban the burn legislation, a pop-up contract may arise at any time from negotiations going on, which could bind us for decades to the Brescos we know, while putting on hold the zero waste future we seek. Our federal court appeal to salvage the Baltimore Clean Air Act has been suspended while the law department negotiates with Wheelabrator for an extension of enough years for, I presume, for us to pay for basic upgrades, which in the long run will merely lower the pollution as the 35-year-old Bresco ages and expensively and on our dime. Finally, there is life after Bresco, and that's a big issue. That's at question here today, but not if we divert resources to sustain Bresco beyond 2021. These resources are more effectively dedicated, for example, to implement developing plans for zero waste. Just to give a couple examples of how we can move quickly. Citywide composting of food and lawn waste, that's 20 to 30% of what's burned now at Bresco. Mandatory deconstruction to minimize the demolition and construction debris representing the single largest part of our waste stream. Local and minority business startups in reclamation and recycling, and just plain reversing sizes and schedules so household recycling gets the free big cans and trash the free small ones. I thank you all for for your consideration and for all deliberate speed in moving Baltimore forward while it's still a possibility. We have all just received the agency reports. They are lengthy and deserve our close consideration, but we need to move before we are moved on in Baltimore City with a document that decides our entire future for probably a decade or more, a future that we do not envision. We want zero waste, and we think we can get there right after getting ready now and right after 2021. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would ask that should this hearing not come to a vote today and need a work session, I would ask the chair to consider one, please, within the near future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Councilwoman, that was 4 minutes. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Well, how many did you give me? I think you won.
You exceeded expectations, to say the least.
Thank you. I wrote it.
You're welcome. The chair will certainly consider your request.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we get into agencies, I want to note that this bill was originally referred to 4 agencies: the city solicitor, which is the law department, the Department of Public Works, DPW, the Department of Finance, and the Department of General Services. For whatever reason, I think this may have inadvertently been referred to the Department of General Services. Please note that they have not submitted an agency comments report. They have been asked not to do so. Also, on the City Council website, you will see a report from the Sustainability Commission. They were not referred this bill, so they will not be treated as an agency with respect to this. If someone from the Sustainability Commission wishes to testify during the portion at the end where members of the public are going to be testifying, they are certainly welcome to. But because this bill was not referred to them, we will only be taking testimony during the agency portion from Finance, DPW, and Law. Matt Stegman, you're going to set the order on behalf of the administration for the agencies. Who do we have going first?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Matt Stegman from the Mayor's Office of Government Relations. As we discussed prior to the hearing, if it's okay with the committee, I think we would like to start with the law department. I know that we have the acting solicitor here with us, and move on to the finance department, and then finally the Department of Public Works.
Excellent. That's the order we'll go. So we're going to start with law, and then we will take questions from the committee. Finance, questions from the committee, and DPW, questions from the committee. Acting Solicitor Moore, please take it away.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak on the Law Department's response to the proposed bill. What I would like to do is begin with the background of how we got here. Councilwoman Clark's presentation included some comments that need to be addressed, so I would like to do that. We have a total of 20 minutes, and what I would like to do, if the timekeeper would allow, is I would like to have 10 minutes for my presentation and then 10 minutes reserved for Elena DePietro, who will respond to the proposed legislation.
Granted.
Okay, thank you. So we are here this morning largely because of a ruling in the United States District Court for the District of Maryland by Judge George Russell Jr. that found the Baltimore Clean Air Act to be invalid. I'm going to defer to Elena to give the legislative history of the Baltimore Clean Air Act. I will focus on the legal process related to that bill. The legislation was enacted by the City Council, and the purpose was certainly laudable, intended to assure that Baltimore could set its own standards for clean air. As I recall, the Law Department had advised against that legislation because we felt it was not stand up on legal review. And that is what happened. On April 30, 2019, lawsuit was filed by the plaintiffs, Wheeler Brader and Curtis Bay Energy. Their main argument was that the Baltimore Clean Air Act impermissibly preempted, in other words, overruled or interfered with the federal Clean Air Act and interfered with the Environmental Protection Agency's authority to set air emission standards. They're referred to as the NAAQS, which is the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. So though well-intended, legally, there were infirmities in our legislation. On July 22, 2019, the city filed a motion to dismiss the plaintiff's lawsuit. All of this in the United States Federal Court here in Baltimore. On August 16, 2019, the plaintiffs opposed our motion. On September 20, 2019, the city filed a reply to that opposition to our motion to dismiss. And on August 23, the plaintiffs sort of upped the ante by filing a motion for partial summary judgment on the preemption claims. And the reason they did that is that was a pure question of law. Does the law permit the Baltimore Clean Air Act to preempt the federal Clean Air Act? So now the stage is set. On October 15, 2019, the city filed an opposition and its own cross motion for summary judgment. On October 31, 2019, the plaintiffs filed a reply in support of their motion for summary judgment. And on November 14, 2019, the city filed a reply in support of its cross motion for summary judgment. On March 27, 2020, just obviously this year, the court ruled, Judge Russell ruled that the plaintiff's motion for summary judgment, partial summary judgment, was granted and denied the city's motion partial summary judgment. In granting the plaintiff's motion, the court ruled, and this is important, at page 3 of the opinion, it states, the Baltimore Clean Air Act is conflict preempted because it second guesses the complex federal and state regulatory scheme for air emissions. Sulfur dioxides, nitrogen oxides, and mercury are among the air pollutants extensively regulated by the Clean Air Act and, by extension, individual states. Emission standards for these pollutants are set by the Environmental Protection Agency after a lengthy public rulemaking process and enforced through intricate permitting systems administered by the states. The city, after much deliberation, did decide to appeal that ruling. And I share the procedural history because I want everyone listening to know that despite the original Baltimore Clean Air Act legislation going forward against the advice of the city solicitor's office, we are defending that decision. That is our role, that is our job. And we are providing, I think, a robust defense of the Clean Air Act, even as we know that on appeal, we are not certain to prevail. The Honorable Councilwoman has said that the appeal has been stalled while the law department negotiates, and that is not correct. The appeal is moving forward at its own pace. We are working expeditiously, and we will continue to do so to try to resolve the claims that have been that are on appeal with Wheeler-Brader, and we're doing that for a very, very good reason. We want Baltimore to get the benefit of whatever agreement we can reach that would assure clean air and better air for Baltimore, even as we continue to work with Wheeler-Brader. And Wheeler-Brader has made, we've made very, very good progress. Our progress in the settlement process has been guided by the terms of the Baltimore Clean Air Act, and we are striving to make sure that whatever agreement we reach honors that agreement, that act. So here's where we are with Wheeler-Brader, and here's actually where the city is with its efforts to get to zero waste. The agreement would allow for a 10-year process during which the use of the incinerator would come down while use and the city advancing to zero waste would increase. Eventually, the two will meet. Bresco, Wheeler-Brader will come down. We will officially be able to stand up the city's clean zero waste program. Right now, we have plans on paper. We don't have anything actually happening. And were we to, effectively stop using incineration, immediately, the city would be in a very, very bad place. And that's not good for Baltimore. We can continue to use Wheeler-Brader, reduce our use, bring up our ability to have zero waste, and we can get to the place that everybody feels that we should be at. The Honorable Councilwoman used the term that we should be moving Baltimore City forward with zero waste with all deliberate speed. And that's a catch line that those of us who have worked in the civil rights and equal rights world recognize as a key word from the Brown versus Topeka Board of Education case, which was decided in 1954, ended segregation across the country, made it a national standard. Well, that all deliberate speed has been interpreted to, in actuality, it's a slow process. What we envision and have crafted through this lawsuit is that we would very quickly bring Wheeler-Brader down, bring up the zero waste. And so therefore, we are very optimistic about that lawsuit or about the settlement of the lawsuit. The lawsuit would include, the settlement does recognize a 10-year extension of the contract with Wheeler-Brader. It has includes bringing up the standards of the incinerator up to the standards, most of the standards of this Baltimore City Clean Air Act that would start immediately upon renewal. The changes would be made and funded by Wheeler-Brader itself, not borne by the city. So we are optimistic. We recognize that there's a lot of legislation, there's a lot of activity. Our job as lawyers is to try to resolve disputes. We only do so in a way that is best for Baltimore. Anyone who's been in Baltimore recently knows we have a trash problem right now. And if we make it worse by ending incineration right now, we are going to be in a real bad way. And so I don't know, how much time do I have left?
You are, for law, I'd like to keep the agencies at 20 minutes, but if you need a little extra time, that's fine. So
Okay, why don't
move it along smoothly.
Okay, why don't I stop here? I will defer and hand over to Elena DePietro, and if we have some time left, I'll come back.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. This is Petra from the Los Angeles City Law Department. Somebody needs, I think, to mute their microphone.
That's me.
Okay. Okay, good. Because I couldn't hear myself speak there. So the law department it wants to dovetail on with this bill on what happened with the Clean Air Act and what is going on in the courts with that particular piece of legislation, because similar arguments are set up by and problems are set up by this bill, Ban the Burn at Every Turn Act. Initially, the law department has identified that preemption, as in the Clean Air Act, is a significant issue with this bill. The state has, and there are many cases that talk about this, that the state is preempted, like there is a significant amount of state regulation in the field of solid waste management. Therefore, in most cases, impliedly preempting any local legislation. There's Title IX. Subtitles 5 and they have extensive permitting requirements, as well as extensive requirements for the creation and enforcement of solid waste management plans. And the courts have said repeatedly in cases where the solid waste management plans are being altered by local legislation that the legislature's general intent was to reserve to MDE the implementation of their solid.
Elena, hang on one second. Are you all having trouble hearing
Yeah.
Elena?
Yes.
All right, Elena, do me a favor.
Wait,
Elena,
really?
do me a favor.
Is it choppy?
Yes, turn your camera off and rewind about 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. If it's still a problem, my computer. Okay, we'll go back. Basically, I was starting with the whole idea and conclusion of the law department that this bill would be preempted by the General Assembly's legislation in the field of solid waste management. There's extensive permitting requirements, extensive requirements with respect to submission and maintenance of solid waste management plans, all governed by MDE. There is a local participation in those activities, but the case law is clear that the state's decisions to permit or regulate the contents of a solid waste management plan are preempt any local decision making in that regard. And in many cases, what has happened is the local jurisdictions have either issued their solid waste management plan, filed their solid waste management plan, and then there's been protests, and the state has stepped in and said, you local jurisdiction cannot legislate in this area. You have a role in planning and in submitting your ideas to MDE, and ultimately MDE is the entity that approves the solid waste management plans and must approve any amendments to the solid waste management plan. So in this case, what effectively is being done by this legislation is two things. They're effectively banning the city's use of incinerators, as well as the use of the incinerators by others who want to contract with the city and happen to have other contracts which ask them to dispose of waste for other customers at an incinerator or a waste to fuel facility. So that is, that's basically taking the incinerator out of the solid waste management plan as a not an option for at least city waste. So that cannot be done by the city legislatively. That would be an amendment to the solid waste plan, because the incinerator is currently in that plan and an important part of the current plan. In order to do that, the city would have to follow the procedures at the state level for modifying a solid waste management plan. And those are significant procedures, and there's no guarantee that MDE will approve of that move by the city. It is totally their decision. And in order to comport with state law, the city needs to follow that plan if they want to go down this path with this bill. The other argument that is a problem, or legal problem with this bill, is that it usurps the charter authority of the Board of Estimates to award contracts and supervise all the purchasing of the city. By requiring the city, as well as people who want to contract with the city, to agree not to deposit waste in any incinerator, not only our own incinerators located in the city, but in any incinerator inside or outside the state, we are drastically reducing the pool of potential contractors who want to help the city haul waste to those facilities. So that in turn affects the ability of the city to award a contract to the lowest responsible bidder as required by the charter. So clearly this bill would violate that provision. And I don't really see that there is a means by which to amend this bill to remedy either the preemption issue or the charter authority of the Board of Estimates portion of the bill. Those are the main arguments of the law department with respect to this bill. We cannot improve it for form and legal sufficiency, and I'm happy to take any questions as to more detailed explanations of this law.
Thank you, Ms. DePietro. We're going to go back to Dana Moore for a minute, or for as long as you need, acting solicitor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councilman. There are two things that I didn't share about the terms of a proposed settlement, and I think they're really important. There has been much talk about a put or pay clause, and fear that whatever settlement we reach and any new contract would include a put or pay clause. I have said at the very beginning of our settlement discussions that there would never be a put or pay clause in the agreement that Baltimore City would enter into with any incineration plant. Put or pay clause says, for example, you, Baltimore City, will pay us $1 million and you will provide, say, 1 million pounds of waste for us to incinerate. And for that, you will pay us $5 million. If, however, you only put in 500 tons, you will still pay us that amount that we contracted for. That's a put or pay clause. It's really important that that not be, and it will not be in the new contract that we are discussing with Wheelabrator. Instead, Baltimore will still be able to, we will put in whatever we need to put in, but this would allow us to begin to reduce what we put in and again, bring up the zero waste plans that we have so that eventually we're not putting much into Wheelabrator at all. And we have really officially stood up our zero waste program. That's very, very important. It was also important to share that the plan to upgrade the Wheelabrator facility, when successful, when concluded, would make that the cleanest incinerator on the East Coast. That's really important for Baltimore to know. That's important for Baltimore to understand why the law department has been so vigilant in working in Baltimore's best interest to agree and to find contract terms that are agreeable and that can be presented to Baltimore as terms that should be accepted. So we're very aware, very exquisitely aware of the advocates and what they are doing and what their interests are. And we hear you, we hear them. Believe me, their concerns are our concerns also. We don't have the luxury, though, of just listening to one constituency. We need to do what's best for all of Baltimore. And so we have attempted to do that by way of both our settlement discussions, working on the appeal very vigorously. We really have the best appellate team working on the appeal. And we've also been working with Department of Public Works and the Department of Planning to really see what it's going to take to get Baltimore up and running. We don't think we can wait until January 2022 to begin putting these programs in place. All of the discussions have been, let's get started now, even while we live with Wheelabrator, even while we live with incineration. Let's start doing what Baltimore needs to do to get from that baseline plan on paper to actualizing what Baltimore needs. So I wanted to make sure that you understood that. We do feel not hugely confident about the success of our appeal, but we are putting our very, very best efforts to it. I am very proud of the work that the law department is doing. In closing, I have great respect for the advocates. I live with an advocate. I hear it, I feel it, I know it. I imagine what it would be like if we all were working together as opposed to at odds to one another. With that, I defer whatever time I have left back to Elena DePietro, or we move on. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Clark, for the duration of the hearing, you do not have to raise your hand. You will get the first question for each agency. I got your back, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hang on, Councilwoman, hang on. Law Department, you guys are concluded with your presentation.
Elena?
Yes, I'm concluded. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Clark.
Thank you very much. I have a question also for Elena, but this is an important one. You've referenced an agreement, a potential contract, etc. You realize that you're talking about 10 years of incineration, and I think I don't want to get into the technology, but I know what they have to do in order to just keep operating, and it doesn't bring us to where we need to be, but you're talking 10 years. And if we're not part of their paying for it, in other words, if we're going to go along on the same terms we have now and no put or pay, why 10 years? Why would it be 10 years? And frankly, it just can't be 10 years. It can't. It's really urgent. You know how I feel. We've talked.
I do.
This is real. And you're talking about something that, first and foremost, what is this thing that we're calling an agreement? And when are you going to schedule it to become real, like official? So we know, because that's why we're here urgently right now.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, why the terms and conditions and why not an open forum about them? Because we're in the dark and just guessing at things. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilwoman, you said that you were afraid that we would have to live with Wheelabrator for decades.
Well, a decade.
Well, I got a sharp ear.
Well, I said it wrong then. I figured 10 years, if we were paying a certain amount more than we pay now and multiply it to be 10 years, it's going to cost us. It is going to cost us. But my question is, when are you going to drop this bomb on us?
Respectfully, Councilwoman, I have been individually speaking with members of the City Council, advising as to what the law department is doing and why. And I've always said we are working on 3 streams. Those 3 streams are the appeal, and I've shared who's working on the appeal and how much confidence I have in the abilities, but I'm not confident in the outcome. That is what lawyers are supposed to do. I've also shared that we have been talking with DPW and Department of Planning about and finance as well, BPMR, about what can we do to get our zero waste plan actually up and running and happening. And how much?
Just,
Let me finish.
just do it.
I just want to finish. And when can we do that? We have also been talking, and I will continue to talk with Wheelabrator about what we need to do or what we can do to resolve the litigation. We are talking about settlement agreement and a new contract with Wheelabrator, and we are working on those. And the terms are broadly, as I've already shared, and as I have been sharing. I have asked to have an opportunity to inform the full council privately, as lawyers do with their clients in an attorney-client confidential setting, to share the terms. And I still want to do that, and I will do that. We are not operating by surprise. And people have said, wow, you're so candid. You maybe say too much. I'm the city solicitor. I'm the acting city solicitor, and I don't think I can keep things but so private. So I'm open to doing that. The contract term-
Dana,
Okay,
hang on 1 second, Councilwoman Clark.
okay. No, I know.
No, you're fine. Can you please go on mute, because we're getting feedback.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's me.
And then we'll go right back to you. You can ask as many questions as you want. Let's just let Dana answer, and then we'll go right back to you.
Okay, thank you. So I think I've answered. The term is 10 years. It would begin January 1, 2022. It is not a decades-long agreement. And seriously, Councilwoman, there is a commitment by Wheelabrator to fund the upgrades, and there needs to be a 10-year period to amortize those costs. When we began the discussions, it was going to be all on the city of Baltimore to fund it. And frankly, I never understood why we would pay for it, and now we're not. The existing contract terms would continue. There is I think a 2.5% escalator in the tipping fee that will continue as it has in the past. But also, importantly, Wheelabrator will continue to pay rent to the city. To our benefit, that rent increases at the rate of, I think, 6.9% per year. That is phenomenal. That's because that original contract rental was instituted in the 1980s when interest rates were high. We would never get that rate now. And the facility would continue to convert some of our waste into energy. And I will give full details in a private briefing, attorney-client privilege setting. And as soon as we can do that, I am ready to have that conversation and wanting to have that conversation. As to when these will be presented, the settlement and the new contract will be presented when they are final. I'm being a little vague because we have not finished discussing these terms. So until once we're done discussing those terms, there will be the presentation to the Board of Estimates and as it should be. And but I do want to have that attorney-client privileged conversation with the full city council and the mayor as soon as possible.
Councilwoman Clark, you're on mute.
Solicitor, thank you very much for your presentation. I would like a commitment that this private whatever, although it should be public because there's a lot of people that are suffering under this Bresco incinerator. But whatever, I would like you to commit that the Baltimore City Council as a whole will certainly be briefed before any presentation for approval goes to the Board of Estimates. In other words, so that we know what's happening when, and that we have a chance to express ourselves directly before the Board of Estimates is asked to approve something. Because we, in general, at least I speak for myself, object profoundly and need the chance to talk it over. Other people need to talk now, but to talk it over very, very lengthily with all of us involved and the community.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Will you pledge that? We'll have our chance to hear before you go to the board to ask for ratification.
Yes,
Thank you.
I make that commitment. I have had the individual conversations with some.
Yeah, well,
Yes, I make that commitment.
thank you. And I do have a question for Elena DePietro, but someone else.
Hold on, Councilwoman Clark. I'm
Got it.
come right back to you. You had two questions. I do want to point out that our acting solicitor is limited in the extent to which she can get into, more specific details about negotiations, because that would be a violation of attorney-client privilege. So I do want to be clear about that, and I do want us to respect the acting solicitor's position on behalf of the mayor and city council of Baltimore. And she shared with us what she can share with us. If there are any other questions about, specifics of the negotiations, I believe that she's taken us as far as she can in a public setting. And I believe that we now have her commitment to come back and brief the council at a later date prior to, moving forward with that. And Dana, that's correct? Excellent. Okay,
That's correct.
We're going to move over to Councilman Reisinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dana, this is basically a statement, not a question, but I understand, I appreciate the appeal process that your office is dealing with, and I'm not going to ask any questions in regards to negotiations because I know it's pending. My comment, or if you can answer this, we have an incinerator that's 34 years old, and we're negotiating with them, and they say they're going to pick up the cost of retooling or re-engineering the plant. And I understand your concept when you're saying you want to get Baltimore City from here to the solid waste plant, to zero waste. My question or concern is, the logic is that Wheelabrator is going to pay the cost to re-engineer or retool the plant. And then for 10 years, which is a long contract, for 10 years, they're going to sit there while we decrease our waste. And so it's got to be that turnaround where they can recover their investment. So why would they want to spend their money on retooling and re-engineering, and the city's going to decrease their waste within 10 years? They're not going to receive the waste that they've been receiving. And my question is, can they legally, if we were to get to that point, can they legally go outside to other states to pick up that loss from Baltimore City? Clearly?
Yeah, now I'm not here to speak for Wheelabrator, and I do not speak for them. But I will say that they, clearly have made a business decision. Let me talk about what really is happening in this city with Wheelabrator and that plant and where it sits and how it operates. Baltimore City is not the only jurisdiction that uses Wheelabrator facility to incinerate its waste. Waste is brought in from Baltimore County, some from Howard County, and some from Anne Arundel County. The city historically provides 175,000 tons of about the 650,000 tons that Wheelabrator processes. So we are not their only client. All of the actions that are happening, especially the legislation for today, does not impact the other jurisdictions that use that facility. Wheelabrator has, I believe, a 30-year rental agreement, and it is renewable at their option. We are aware of that, and we are Councilman, the main concern is that we reach an agreement that brings them in alignment with your legislation, with the city council legislation, and that it applies to all of the persons and the entities and the jurisdictions that use that facility. We do not want to risk or miss the opportunity right now to cause them to come into line with that legislation, even though we have concerns about its ability to weather a Fourth Circuit appeal. So bottom line, they've made a business decision. It has working to the benefit of Baltimore City. The 10 years is intended to allow the time to amortize that substantial investment. I initially thought we could do that in 5 years. I am convinced that it will take 10 years. And what happens after the 10 years, I would envision that Baltimore would be able to end its relationship with Wheelabrator. I think that we do not have the ability to dictate the business relationships of other jurisdictions.
Thank you.
But we're going to let our other colleagues ask up to 2 questions each. Councilman Pinkett, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Moore, can you share with us the what the cost of the improvements that Wheelabrator will make to the facility?
I believe it's in excess of 30 million, closer to 40 million.
30 to 40 million. And you were pretty clear with your comments to Councilman Reisinger, but I just want to kind of reiterate, just so I'm clear, that even after this 10-year period where we decrease the city's dependency on this incinerator, we don't have control over their ability to bring in outside waste to essentially incinerate at Wheelabrator. Correct?
Correct.
And so while we might go through this effort to reduce our dependency and clean the air for Baltimore, we still are going to be potentially suffering from the pollutants that are caused by the incineration of trash from other jurisdictions.
I mean, it's possible. Which is why it was so important to get an agreement that addresses the pollutants and substantially reduces the emissions that are happening now, and that we have certainty that will be achieved. I know that all jurisdictions are looking at how they manage their waste. We don't have the ability to reach in and direct those discussions and direct those decisions. I think that Baltimore can be a leader in demonstrating how our own goals can be accomplished. We need to make it real. And we've not, I mean, I haven't been in this job all that long, but in the time that I've been in it, it's been clear to me that we have the very best plans on paper, but we have not put them into effect. And we need to do that. As a lawyer, one of the most vulnerable positions to be in is when you feel that you don't have a lot of options for your clients. And Baltimore, we have ideas. We don't have a lot of options. We have to create our options, and that's what the agreement does.
Dana, Councilman, hang on one second. Can you please elevate Councilman John Block, who just joined us? He did have another commitment for the first hour of the hearing and did let me know about that in advance. but he needs to be elevated to panelist. Matt or Larry, can you confirm you're in receipt of that request?
Yes, Mr. Chair, one moment.
Thank you, Matt. Councilman Pinkett, please continue.
Yeah, and so, Ms. Moore, do we have, as a city, do we have the ability to legislate or, I guess, place an assessment or some kind of fee on waste that is brought into our city from outside jurisdictions? Can we prohibit waste that's brought in from outside?
I'm not clear on that, and I have not studied that, but I will do that. I know that we do get some benefit of what is brought in because we collect rent from, and that's a significant amount of money that comes into the city. I'm going to defer to finance to talk about the financial benefits or deficits of the plant, but that's important to share.
Yeah, and so thank you, Chairman. I mean, I just think, it clearly, if our goal is to reduce our dependency, but then we essentially replace our waste with outside waste, then what is this all about? And so, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Is there any other of our colleagues before we go back to Councilwoman Clark who has questions for the Law Department? Councilwoman Clark, floor is yours.
I did want to ask Solicitor if a question. We talked about, and I thought that discussion right now was very, very, really interesting one. Thank you to my colleague. Is it not the case, and maybe I should save this for Public Works, is it not the case if trash, wherever it comes from, is incinerated at Wheelabrator, with that comes that trash right to be buried, its ash to be buried at quarantine at our, in other words, at our landfill? Is that not the arrangement?
That is the arrangement, and I will absolutely defer that to DPW to.
Okay, I just want to call attention to it based on what my colleague was talking about. Basically, that needs to, we really need to go. I'm so opposed to this extension, but we need not to have that not be the case if things change. Now, I just say that, because that's attracting those very subdivisions and other entities to fill up a gap that we would leave as we go to zero waste.
Councilwoman, you make some very good points. The Law Department has reached out to the surrounding communities, surrounding counties. Oh my gosh.
I like it. It's a new word.
Yeah, that's a new word. I'm going to teach it to our grandchildren. To the surrounding counties to talk about what does this all mean for all of us. And I think these regional conversations that are happening at the county attorney, city solicitor level it is a very good start. I do see us continuing with Wheelabrator for a while longer, but I also see the need to have the county attorneys and the county executives and mayor working together about what are we going to do and how can we do this differently. There's got to be a regional approach because it's not sufficient to have a quilted approach to this problem. There needs to be a solution. And we don't have it yet, but that to me is where we need to be going.
Contracts prematurely. This contract goes to the end of 2021. What's the rush? Because there's a whole lot of problems, and my colleague has just raised one of them. which is, if you do this, you think we can do zero waste at the same time. I don't know where the money's going to cover all these things, but if that all happens, for heaven's sakes, provide disincentives in terms of in terms of giving Bresco the right to send to our landfills. Not today, just for. Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm going to leave poor Elena alone so people have a chance to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, any other questions for Law? Councilman Pink.
Councilman Costello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's a question or a statement to the law department. I'm sitting here listening, and if I'm correct, it seems that what the city council and the resolution was to ask the law department to appeal the decision of the courts. And no offense, but it seems that now, listening to this, acting director, it seems that the law department is setting the narrative on regards to waste in the incinerator, which it really should be DPW and the council.
DPW has been part of the conversation. We, the law department, are not in any way usurping the role of DPW. In fact, they have been a very close partner in these conversations. I'm a lawyer. I am not, I don't know all that I need to know about waste. I've tried to study up on it and get better at it and understand how it all happens. But one of the best things that a lawyer can do is understand what she does not know. And I know that I do not know waste and I do not know incineration, but I have read just about everything I could get my hands on. We have worked with DPW to understand what this all is, what this all means. I have reached out to the Department of Planning, Department of Finance, to really understand what is it that we have here and what is, what is my duty as city solicitor for Baltimore and for my clients? And what does it mean to be, acting city solicitor in this moment, having to make a very consequential decision that we all are going to have to live with for years to come. Either way, there is no easy solution. There is no easy decision. There is no decision without consequence. And I've been asking myself, what can I live with? What can I ask my granddaughter and my grandsons to live with? And those answers, I ask myself those questions in almost all that I do here in this office in City Hall. And those answers guide me. What I cannot ask, you got me going. I cannot ask Baltimore to live without all options for managing its waste. My husband and I go to, I happen to love Sisson Street. I don't know what's wrong with me. I love that Sisson Street waste management site. But we've been going every week. We load up the car and with our recycling and some of our trash, and we go there and we do our part as Baltimore citizens in this really tough time. So can we ask everyone to do that? We've asked everyone to do that. When I think about living without Wheelabrator after 2021, I don't think that's a good thing. Can we live with it forever? I don't think that's a good thing. So where's the middle? Where's the middle ground? What can we negotiate that we can live with, that we can tolerate? And so that's, Councilman, I struggle with that. My goal is to make decisions that I can stand up and say, yes, I am okay with this. So Long answer, a little preachy, but I want you to know I'm very deliberate in what I do and how I do it and what I think about. And I'm very cautious and very intentional. And I hear it all. I'm on social media. I see all the social media posts, and I don't mind being poked and prodded by advocates. It's not comfortable. It's not cozy. But I have an obligation to hear all sides, and I have. And this is not just me. DPW has been a great partner in this process because guess what? They really on a day-to-day basis are going to have to live with the consequences of all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Pinkett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say that, I appreciate Ms. Moore and her. I think the city has benefited by her being in this position and what she's bringing personally to this discussion and in the various suits and trying to negotiate through this, and appreciate her team even appealing vigorously an issue that they think might not be able to win at the end, but still fighting strongly on behalf of the city. Before I get to my question, I think and we'll talk to DPW later, one of my biggest issues probably is with DPW. And the reason I say that is I see Baltimore as a patient, and trash is our sickness or our illness. And we are asking for a different cure to dealing with the illness. And our doctor keeps telling us, this is the cure you're going to use. Despite us saying, no, we want some other, we want some other medication. We want holistic medication. We don't want chemotherapy for this cancer that's in our city. And you keep giving us chemotherapy over and over and saying, this is the only way you can be healed. And we're saying, no, there's some other forms out there to address this illness. These are the things we want to try. And that's not on the law department. That's on our public works, because we shouldn't even really be in this place. We've been talking about zero waste for a while now, and we should have been much further ahead than we are. But we keep going back to the same things that we've been using over and over and over. But my question, I guess, is, I understand that there's business implications with this decision and this act. There's environmental limits that we've got to deal with. But as a city, the whole purpose for this effort is the health and welfare of our citizens. That's the whole point. We're just trying to protect the health of citizens today and generations to come, and to acknowledge the fact that a whole section of our city in South Baltimore has had to suffer under this poor quality air for generations now. And it just seems strange to me that we as a city are prohibited from doing everything possible to protect our residents. And that's what this is really about. And that's a shame that our legal structure wouldn't allow the individuals, elected officials who are charged to protect our citizens to be able to do it in a legal way, a legal way that's defensible. And so I don't know if there's a response to that, but I think that's a shame. Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Councilman Pinkett, first of all, for the very kind words, and I appreciate it. And I'm going to give you an analogy that is very real and current. We are all dealing with the pandemic of COVID-19. It is global. It is everywhere in the United States and here in the state of Maryland. And different jurisdictions have had different ways of responding to it. But one of the things that we know is that masks and limiting social contact are the prime ways of avoiding COVID-19. That is a standard that we know this. We all woke up to the news that the President of the United States and his spouse have now contracted COVID-19. We also know that they are often in huge public settings without masks. So the one thing that we know is helpful is also the one thing that they've avoided. So how does that relate to where we are today with waste management? We know that incineration is one way of dealing with waste. We also know that it brings some downsides with the emissions. But the federal government has said this is the way that we can address these emissions. These are the standards that we've set. And if you can adhere to these standards, we think the federal government say that you can primarily stay safe. When Baltimore City had tried to do something different, that was the preemption argument. And yeah, the law doesn't always do what we want the law to do. We did appeal that decision, and we'll see where it comes out. But in the meantime, it's clear that we have to have a multimodal response to our waste. Waste is our sickness. I've started walking, and last night I actually ran. My trainer made me run for the first time in so long. But as I go about my walks throughout my neighborhood, I can see the trash, I can smell the trash, I can see the rodents. I can see that we are really having a real problem right now because we can't get DPW workers out there to help us pick it up. It is frustrating when the law doesn't let you do what you feel is best, but there's certain standards that we all have to follow. I can imagine a better, don't get me started. I can imagine a better way of being. I can imagine a day when we don't have incineration. But I also know that Baltimore's not there yet. But Baltimore will absolutely be there, for itself in 10 years or less. It's not perfect.
Councilman, you good? Colleagues, any other questions for Law? Dana, I'm looking at the bill report here, and I just want to touch on three things briefly. The first isn't related to the report, but you make a very good point that we don't have the ability to control business that other surrounding jurisdictions do, and that we do have other municipalities, our sister counties, that do utilize the Wheelabrator facility. The first question, I just want to talk about the legality of this ordinance as proposed. And I want to hit the charter authority piece first. And it seems that the charter is pretty clear that the Board of Estimates has the authority to engage in contracts, and the city council can't legislate things that are inconsistent with the charter. And I wanted you to just touch on that a little more and kind of walk me through your reasoning behind making that assertion.
Okay. Here I'm going to segue to Elena DePietro, who delved into that. But we've been here before. We have had to, process through the city council, passing legislation that directs what the charter or redirects what the charter provides. And it's an uncomfortable place to be in. It's not advisable. I'm gonna stop there and defer to Elena DePietro.
Okay, so as Councilman Costello said, our charter does say that the Board of Estimates shall be responsible for awarding all contracts on behalf of the city and supervising all purchasing. And then it goes on to require that we comply for contracts that are at a certain dollar amount with the competitive bidding requirements of the charter. And that's an advertising of the contracts, contracting opportunities in the newspaper, and the opportunity for people to submit bids. The charter also provides that the city council has the authority to legislate in all areas that are not covered in the charter. So this puts anything that is connected or amounts to awarding of contracts or supervising purchasing outside the scope of city council's authority to legislate on. So if you look at the charter, is essentially the Constitution, and like the Constitution of the United States or the Constitution of the state of Maryland, you can't easily change it, and that it's done that way for a reason, to provide stability in the operations of the local government, and to prevent favoritism and those types of things. So in this case, this bill not only prevents the city from contracting with someone who will not agree to refrain from depositing waste in incinerators. And that's not only our incinerator, it's any incinerator inside or outside the state. But we also would prevent those people from, those same individuals who want to contract with the city, from depositing waste in incinerators on behalf of other clients of theirs. So it's a far-reaching prohibition in this bill. I don't know if it was intended that way, but that is how it is read. And so it essentially prevents the city from contracting with a lot of haulers that may want to contract with the city, but because they have other contracts that those clients would like, are charging them with delivering to incinerators, maybe for cost reasons or some other reason, they would have to either forego those contracts or not bid on the city contracts. So that is lessening the pool of potential bidders and depriving the city of receiving the lowest competitive bid on those types of contracts. So that's my reasoning in short form.
Thank you. That's helpful. And the second argument, well, actually, that was the second argument you made.
Right.
The first argument you made is around the fact that the law department is asserting that this is legally insufficient and that we're preempted by state law governing solid waste management. And the doctrine of preemption is based upon the authority of the General Assembly to reserve to itself exclusive domain over an entire field of legislative concern. I want you to go into that a teeny bit further and walk me through that, please.
So there's several different types of preemption. There's express preemption, there's preemption by conflict, and preemption by or implied preemption. In this case, I think the most obvious, the law does not expressly, the law itself, the legislative part of it, does not expressly preempt local legislation. However, there is, implied preemption is also called preemption by occupation of the field. And that is clear in this case, because if you look at the state law, it's got Title IX, subtitles 2 and 5, have extensive provisions regarding permitting and the creation and maintenance of our solid waste management plan. For example, let's see, COMAR requires the application, provides for the application process. It sets forth requirements for operating procedures for incinerators, the standards for access to the facility and environmental protection, supervision, training, sanitation, all those kinds of things. And there's lots of case law actually that talks about when local jurisdictions have sort of gone over the line. In one case, there was a situation where there was a solid waste management plan that included a local rubble landfill. And then down the road, the county council decided that they wanted to eliminate that landfill from the solid waste management plan. And the court said this legislature's general intent is to reserve to MDE the specific subject matter governing decisions to issue permits for solid waste facilities and relegate to the counties a restricted role in planning. The court also said in that case that the legislature intended to occupy the field of landfill regulation and limited the county's role to identifying the type of waste allowed and what would be consistent with their solid waste management plan at times when they are either amending their plan or writing a new one. And they also can determine whether facilities apply with applicable zoning and land use requirements. And that case actually said that the actions of the county council in approving legislation that removed the facility from the solid waste management plan were motivated by the county's fear that it threatened groundwater resources, which was an impermissible invasion of the state's permit review prerogative. And so that's much like the case we have here, and that it's not a minor concern, but it is. This case points out that cannot be the only deciding factor in these cases. There's other cases that went on to talk basically the same thing. One with a moratorium. And so in that case, the court said that although the statutory scheme mandates some local involvement, the state did not intend to invest local jurisdictions with legislative authority. So, the cases go on and on. To Councilman Pinkett's question about geographic limitations, there's actually are cases on that as well. And not only do we have a preemption issue with those cases, the courts have found that they are unconstitutional due to a violation of the Commerce Clause, and that they're interfering with interstate commerce. So, I could go on and on about how the different ways in that state law has occupied the field with respect to the regulating of both permitting and the solid waste management plan. But the case law is clear, it's definitive, that no actions, either express or implied, can be taken by local legislative bodies because they would be in conflict with the state law. Or not in conflict, but by the pervasive regulation of state law.
Okay, that's very helpful. I appreciate it. And I'm just I don't want to make too much of a comparison here, but we were warned during deliberations of the Clean Air Act that there were provisions of this that were not legally sufficient. That was challenged in a court of law. The city did not prevail. We are now pursuing an appeal of that. In your estimation, if this ordinance were passed, what would be the likely outcome if it were challenged in a court of law?
Well, I think that the court's ruling in the current case is going to be instructive. Definitely, the issues are very similar. So I don't see any way that I think it would be very unlikely that we would prevail in a challenge against this particular bill if it were to become.
Okay. The last thing I'd like to ask of finance is, I don't expect you to have this today, but I'd like you to put together for me and for the committee a cost estimate in terms of what on the Clean Air Act, what our billables were, what our cost was to defend that first appeal, and then a second category of what our costs have been to date and what we project them to be through the finish of defending that decision in which we did not prevail. Dina, is that something your team can work with BBMR and get to the committee in the very near future?
Yes, we would, absolutely.
All right, thank you very much. Colleagues, we're now going to move on to the Department of Finance. Mr. Seneme, Budget Director, you are up, sir.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bob Seneme, Budget Director for the city, representing the Department of Finance today for our response to this bill. So for this bill first, just as background, I think, Law summarized the legal issues very well, and DPW will talk, momentarily about more of the operational issues. We wanted to focus on the financial impact today from our perspective. So just as background, the city's arrangement today, where we take some of our waste to be incinerated at Bresco, that is a financially beneficial arrangement for the city. And the reason for that is really is really twofold. First, Bresco does pay the city for personal property tax, lease payments, and tipping fees for the ash that they eventually bring to our landfill. Also, because the volume of solid waste is when it's incinerated, it greatly reduces the volume of waste. Based on that, the arrangement increases the useful life of our landfill. So it allows us to extend the life of the landfill, which in the long run reduces the city's costs for landfill operations. This bill, by prohibiting the city from entering into contracts with an incinerator, effectively would end the Bresco contract. And so we think if that were to happen, if this bill were to go to take effect, the city would really have to make a decision quickly on one of two general options. And there's some room in between for a combination of both of these options, but just for simplicity, I want to talk about those two and why we think they would be much more costly than what the city has today. So the first one would be landfilling. So if Bresco were to close, the city would have to take most, if not all, of its solid waste directly to the landfill. And there's a couple of reasons why that's more costly. One is that we would lose the Bresco taxes and the tipping fee revenue from the ash that I just mentioned that we get from them today. We would also lose tipping fee revenue from other private sources. And the reason for that is because, in our estimation, if we had to take trash directly to the landfill, we would need to preserve as much space as possible at the landfill just for our own waste, which means we would likely have to tell other private sources that they could not tip there. So we would lose that tipping fee revenue. We would also have to expand the landfill operation versus its current level because there'd be higher volumes of activity there. And we also think our collection cost, our solid waste collection cost would increase, things like fuel cost and fleet maintenance and potentially overtime, because all of our folks would have to go to the landfill versus Bresco, which is currently in a little bit more of a central location. But the most expensive part of this is that we would have to accelerate money to go toward landfill expansion. And as I think most folks on the call know, the city has been making contributions into what we call the Landfill Trust Fund to make sure that we have enough resources available when the capacity of Quarantine Road is basically out of space. And if we were to go and start bringing trash directly to landfill at those higher volumes, we would have to accelerate the project schedule and accelerate the funding to get that project done on a shorter term basis, which would be very expensive. So in our estimate, if we went fully to say, with Bresco closed, we're going to go fully to a landfilling model. Our estimate is over 5 years, we would have a cost of $77.9 million above the baseline budget in the general fund. So the second option, for simplicity, is that we would have to just ship a lot of our waste or most of our waste elsewhere. And in that situation, that's also costly for the city. In this situation, we would also lose the Bresco tax payments and the tipping fee revenue that I mentioned before. We would also have to pay to ship the waste out of the city to some other location. And we had done some research about a year or two ago when the Clean Air Act was being considered about what that would cost and what the rates are. But that is significantly more expensive. We would have to expand, we believe, our operations and our collection cost again for the Northwest Transfer Station, because in the short term, we would have to use that facility to try to handle some of that volume. But ultimately, we believe that depending on volume, we would probably have to build another transfer station as a weigh station to prep the waste to be shipped out of our jurisdiction. And again, all of those things are very costly. In that scenario, we estimate that the 5-year costs would be $62.5 million above baseline. So in both of those scenarios, we're talking about an annual cost of above $10 million a year that is not in the current general fund budget. And I want to just emphasize here too that on the financials, this isn't just kind of like a theoretical numbers on paper kind of exercise. I mean, this is, if that contract shuts down, immediately we would have to start paying for these costs. So I think the financial impact for the city would be severe. if we were to end this contract, or if this bill were to pass, which would effectively end our ability to contract with Bresco. A couple other just considerations to think about too that are possibilities. So one is, we currently use Northwest Transfer Station for the small haulers program, and in a situation where we had to minimize or maximize, I should say, the space at Northwest Transfer Station for our own solid waste, we might have to rethink the program, like the small hauler program, where small haulers can drop off waste directly at that facility. So the unintended consequence could be that we have an increase in illegal dumping. I think that's a distinct possibility if this were going to effect. We should also say that just more generally, and Law touched on this, is that a bill like this does restrict the city's flexibility on contracting, and I can foresee a situation, and we might have one soon, as Dana mentioned, that we have better technology that can be put into place with an existing vendor. And we wouldn't want to shut off our ability to enter into a contract like that if it is beneficial for the city. And then finally, I think it's important to mention the regional effect. There are other jurisdictions and other private entities that take waste today to Bresco. If we were to drop out from with our solid waste, it's not clear what would happen. One potential is that that could cause financial harm to Bresco, and they might have to could lose solvency. But another possibility is that other people would fill in the gaps and bring other sources of trash to Bresco. So by closing it, it doesn't mean that some of the negative effects on air quality that we were trying to solve would necessarily go away. So I think in sum, from our perspective, from a financial perspective, we're opposed to this bill. We think it would lead to additional costs, prohibitively expensive additional costs. It limits the city's ability to come to some kind of negotiate some kind of reasonable solution, and it doesn't necessarily get to the goals of what was supposed to be the intent of the original Clean Air Act, which is to improve the air quality. So those are my comments, and I'm happy to pause here and take any questions from the committee members.
We'll start with Councilwoman Clark.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Senator. Let me go back to a question. First of all, appreciate your running the numbers, and there are ways to compensate for some of those costs that you're projecting, and that is zero waste itself and the way it operates. And so let me go back to something I was asking before of the law department, just because it's on my mind for a moment. Can you see whether let's say that Bresco, we hope, would close in 2021. Would that would affect, would it not, who can use our landfills? In other words, is it not the case that it's going through Bresco that lets out-of-towners trash go to, and the ash from it go to our landfills? There's a contract there, correct, that makes that possible, that lets that happen?
So our contract today, we take waste to Bresco. The city takes some of our solid waste to Bresco. We pay a tipping fee, and we pay a tipping fee to Bresco.
Yes.
In the return, Bresco agrees to take some of that ash, but again, in a much condensed form. It's much smaller volume to our landfill, and they do pay us tipping fee to drop the ash at our landfill.
No, that's not I'm not explaining myself correctly. I know that. But let's say I'm Baltimore County. Well, that's such a complicated person. Let's say I'm an out-of-state person whose company uses Bresco to incinerate its trash. does the fact of using Bresco for that purpose entitle that out-of-towner for that ash to be, it has to, that ash to be buried, which is, by the way, ash is not, it is in itself a very unhealthy thing to have buried, but take ash from my trash and use the local landfills because of the connection with the Bresco burning. That in other words, the agreement that says if you burn at Bresco, you can use the local landfill. You will use the local landfill for your ash remains.
Yeah, I don't know if there's provisions in other contracts for how that works, but yes, for the trash that goes to Bresco, when it gets incinerated, we do have an agreement to take that to the landfill, and it does get, and they do pay for that. They pay us revenue to drop the ash off at our landfill.
I would just say that I hope that we come to our senses and reject this plan that's on the table today being developed. I hope we do, just for the future of the health and well-being of our people. However, what I'm saying is that if I'm an out-of-towner, I burn at Bresco, that's how I get in our landfill. We own the landfills. Therefore, if they didn't have that connection, they couldn't just pull up from another county, and could they at one of our at our landfill?
Well, we do have there are private entities that do go directly to the landfill, our landfill and other landfills in the region, but they do pay a tipping fee. They have to pay a tipping fee to drop there, right? And then there are some private operators that also go directly, some commercial operators that go directly to Bresco and pay a tipping fee to Bresco to do it. So it depends on the volume.
It depends how the trash gets there.
Right.
It's either solid. It's trash in its original form, or it's the ash from the trash through Bresco.
Right. Yeah.
We could control that in terms of the filling up of the space that we have.
Yeah, and the point I was making was that ash is at a much smaller volume.
I know, but it's also more.
And I understand, there are the side effects, but it is at a much lower volume. So what we were saying is, if we do move to a landfilling approach, you're taking vastly increased volumes of solid waste that's not condensed to a landfill, and then you start to jeopardize regional other players in the region that are used to taking their waste to our landfill, because we have to preserve the space for our own solid waste.
That's right, and they have to do the same. But I mean, it is something that we should think about. It is because zero waste will help us get there by some of the policies about what you can't burn. Like, talk about all the demo and all the building debris is a major source of our trash stream. Mm-hmm. Well, how about requiring by law what many people are doing anyway right now, which is decomposing and reusing properties that are being demolished. So, in other words, there are ways to limit what's going whole into the landfills by telling other subdivisions, sorry, we're busy, right, with zero waste, and begin to press right into the laws and policies we require to reduce that stream going into a landfill. It's just the way I look at it. And I think that we need to begin. I'm just trying to share with you another view. And that I'm part of and that a lot of people are, and the health of it all, the health of people has a lot to do with it in terms of the air quality and in terms of, yes, you burn trash and you bury it. It's less mass. It takes up space,
Right.
but also more poisonous lying there than regular trash. Thanks.
Right. Understood. Right.
All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, any questions for finance? Councilman Pinkett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bob, earlier, Ms. Moore laid out a scenario for us of a 10-year process whereby we would wean ourselves away from Wheelabrator and the city would move closer to zero waste. Do you also have a similar fiscal analysis on what that looks like for the city and, what that cost looks like as we, in a 10-year period, move to zero waste?
So, in a nutshell, I would say no, because it depends on the options about how we get to move towards that zero waste. So, one thing we've been working with DPW on is in the solid waste management plan, they lay out a bunch of options in terms of how do you, and one that Councilwoman Clark just mentioned of trying to do better on, demolition or construction debris. There's a whole bunch of options of how we would get there. Do we recycle? Do we have divert, food waste? Do we do a better job of diverting demolition waste, for example? So there's all kinds of things that go into the landfill. What we're trying to figure out now is what is the cost to achieve each of those options? And that would help us figure out which ones are the most cost effective. So, for example, if you have to do a really large investment to put something into place that only diverts a small bit of material, it really just doesn't make sense for the city to do it because it's too costly. But what we're trying to do is rank the options and figure out of the ones on the table, which ones should the city be looking at and which ones should we be gravitating towards that are more cost effective for the city. So I can't say that we have a full analysis because we haven't really picked which options we would focus on, but we are working with DPW and we did discuss with the consultant that helped on that report to figure out what is kind of the cost per ton of putting in play some of those options that could reduce waste. And I just want to remind folks too that if we were to close Bresco, our costs would go up right away. And so we should be using resources to try to invest in some of those other options. They all require some level of investment, whether it's purchasing recycling cans or building another facility for compost or all the other options out there. If we did follow through and close Bresco, it would be very unlikely that we would have the resources to invest in some of those better, more cost-effective and more environmentally friendly options.
Thank you. And so, clearly, at least it appears to me that based upon the financial scenario that you laid out, that Baltimore's in the trash business, and we have a dependency on revenues that are generated as a result of disposing trash, not just our trash, but trash from around the region. But our goal is to get to a place of zero waste. So and I know that we talked about, there's different options on the table, but what ultimately will be the deficit as it relates to our revenue for Baltimore to get to where we all say we're trying to go, to zero waste?
Yeah, that's a good question. You're right that we do, like I described, we do, rely on some revenue from Bresco today for things like, personal property tax, the lease payments for the site, and some of the tipping fee. The way I see this is, you're always going to have some kind of cost to kind of collect and dispose, but you want to have the most cost-effective and the most environmentally friendly option. So if we were to get closer to a zero waste scenario, I would yes, we would lose some of the revenue from the from Bresco that's in place today, but we also should have lower collection costs as well, because a lot of our costs today are to go around and pick up all the solid waste and the high volumes of solid waste. So I would think that even if we would lose the revenue, if we move to a less waste environment, we should have some savings on the expenditure side of the budget too. But again, it just depends on the volume and the options that get chosen, which is, I'll be honest, it's very complicated. So we've been working on this, for a couple months, working with the consultants to figure out which one should we really be focusing on, and what would that do to the financial picture.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I had two other questions, but I'll defer until, it's my turn again.
Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, any other questions for finance? Stokes, Bullock, Sneed, Reisinger, any other questions for finance?
None here.
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Clark, you have anything for finance?
Yes. Yes, I'm interested in what Mr. Sunamy had to say, Director Sunamy. And I would ask that that he prepare. I believe he is in the process of doing so, but begin to put scenario together of what we lose by closing Bresco, but the gains we get, or the potential gains we make just through doing that, and then their estimates of launching zero waste in major ways. I mean, from construction, that's a major. Food waste and lawn waste, huge percentage of what we burn. So I'm trying to look at both sides of the equation, the way you began to describe it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not now, but to put together for us.
Yes, and I think what I hear you saying is, for these other options, what could they save us money? And I think one thing to be clear on is all the other options that would reduce our waste, there's usually some kind of investment required to do that. So, for example, if we were to take food waste to another facility, that's not free. Either the city would have to build a facility, or we would have to partner with some private entity to build something like that. If you have collection of food waste, for example, for even for residential, it's probably not very cost effective, because you're sending a bunch of people around to pick up a very low volume of waste. If you do I think you're on.
It would be.
Yeah. So
we could just see, if we can just see a analysis. I'll talk with you more about what I'm talking about, but all the numbers around Bresco and how it operates and what fees and all that. There's on the other side, we want to start spending the money on zero waste. So what does that look like? Right. And how do the two things mix? Because one possibility, I think, would be to close down the land fills, so reserve it for the city. Hey, that's a loss, but it responds to the issue of, at the beginning, putting whole things into landscape and fills instead of poisonous, basically ash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could talk about that, because if you look at the solid waste management plan, the draft that's out there, there are a bunch of options of how we would divert certain elements of our waste stream. And we start trying to figure out, what are the upfront investments required to implement those? Are there additional recurring costs to continue those methods? So there are things that are more environmentally conscious, but they have a cost too above our baseline. So I'd be happy to walk you through what are.
Well, if you could sort of flesh it out, because there are a lot of us who really don't want any even a month, let alone 10 years of more Bresco. But we need to look at, it's only responsible to look at all the figures, both sides of the equation.
Right.
There's going to have to be some capital investment in zero waste. We know that. But as far as operations, yeah, you can put compost and you can put recycling in one pickup. You know, once you've designed doing that,
Yeah.
in a single pickup.
Yeah, and
For example.
my only point to that would be you have to know how much volume you're going to get. So it's in our interest to focus on delivering the highest volume stuff at the lowest cost. So, and that's what we're trying to figure out is which one is which options are the ones that the city should really look like that are most beneficial in terms of reducing big volumes of waste, but also ones that are cost effective for the city, because all of this is cost above our baseline, and we're not exactly in a great financial situation right now, right? We're still making our way through COVID-19, so we have
and we're trying to start some businesses here that we don't need the city to do everything.
Right.
Because part of all of this is living wage jobs for startup, minority, and local businesses to do the reclamation of the timber and the debris from construction, and to turn that around to an income for them, not just the city. Get out there with small businesses that are started, and we'll get, and people across the country are interested in that part of what we're doing. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilman Pinkett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bob, I would imagine it'd probably be difficult to do this, but especially when we're talking about clean air. But in our analysis, do we ever, I guess, identify the cost of the health impacts related to issues like clean air? And at what point, if we do it, at what point does that also go into our analysis, our cost benefit analysis?
So that's a good question. We did not factor that in, to be fair. We focused just on the purely immediate dollars and cents impacts of this. I would have to defer to somebody into the city, maybe somebody not at the hearing today, but either like a planning or a health, to understand what those impacts are. One thing I would point out is that if there are health impacts, sometimes people say that if we invest in something better, that there's going to be savings because of, improving health outcomes. But those savings don't necessarily flow to the city. Doesn't mean they're not what we want to achieve, but I can't budget for those savings necessarily, because some of those costs are in the healthcare system or another provider. So I hear the idea of if we invest in better energy or better more environmentally conscious methods, that there could be savings on health, and that's what we want to do. But I can't necessarily budget for those as savings because they're not cost to the city directly. So for our analysis, we tried to just keep very simple and just to the immediate, dollars and cents that impact the city that we could really count on it, like the things that the payments Bresco makes, the collection costs, the cost to ship it, et cetera, those things. So at this point, we have not factored that in, but I think that's a good question. Kind of understanding what these impacts will be to the community.
No, I totally agree.
And I'm not an expert on that by any means, so I don't want to speak out of turn on that question for sure.
No, I totally agree. I just and just as you said, I just believe that somebody should be doing an analysis, whether it translates into our directly into our budget. Somebody still should be considering the cost that somebody is bearing as it relates to the quality of our air. My last question is, and maybe DPW will answer this later, is that, what other fiscal analysis is going on as it relates to the opportunities of dealing with waste in a more environmentally friendly way? Being that if at one point someone saw Bresco as an opportunity, a business opportunity to deal with sanitation, how are we also identifying, investing, exploring someone seeing the more environmentally friendly ways of dealing with sanitation as another business opportunity? And maybe, you know, maybe the city should be involved in identifying those partners as well.
Yes, I think that plays into some of the comments earlier to Councilwoman Clark with the, you know, with the solid waste plan. There are, you know, it's helped us to understand what the options are that are out there, and yeah, not all of them require the city to do everything. Some of
Hey,
them
Bob.
are. Yeah.
Hey, Bob, can you hang on 1 second? Matt, can you please elevate Matt Stegman from the mayor's office to panelist?
Yes, Councilman, one moment.
Thank you, sir. Bob, please continue.
Sure. Yeah, so to answer the question, I think it really goes into, you know, evaluating all of the options that are out there, and then for each of them figuring out what's the city's role in that. And you're correct in that some of those might not be the full role of the city to be responsible for it, but there might be a business opportunity for some other firm or some other entity to assist. And so that's what we're looking at with the solid waste plan, is trying to think about what is the city's investment required and what's the cost per ton, basically, to dispose or to divert some of the waste that currently goes through the waste stream.
And my last question is just a point of clarification. I think you mentioned the second scenario was us shipping our waste to other locations, and it was like 62.5 million.
Right.
Is that shipping it to other locations that have landfills?
Yes.
Okay, that was it. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, and if you remember, we had done a very deep report, a much longer report with DPW when the Clean Air Act was going on. So if you're interested in that, I can point you to that. There's assumptions about what the cost to do that is. That's where we got the numbers for those. We did actually get quotes on what it would cost to ship to other jurisdictions. I think for this one, it was actually Pennsylvania, somewhere that had extra capacity in their landfill. And of course, you know, there's environmental problems with shipping big volumes of trash, of course, too, to our earlier point. So we did cost that out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thank you, colleagues. Any other questions for finance? Bob, for that cost to ship waste, is that just the transport, or does that include tipping fees that the city would have to pay in other jurisdictions?
It was both combined. So going back, I know we got a quote from someplace in Pennsylvania, was the one I think we used that was the cheapest, but there's a bunch of DPW and finance had listed that in that big report as a follow-up to the Clean Air Act. That's where the assumptions are coming from. So yeah, it's both. We both have to pay to ship, and we'd have to tip it at that other location. And the presumption would be that if you're taking large volumes, that you'd get a better rate on the tipping fee because of what you're taking. But we did get direct quotes from some other surrounding, counties or even states.
Got it. The one thing that I just want to highlight in here that before I go to that, Bob, how much do we have saved up right now for the landfill expansion?
So we have about $30 million in the trust fund, in the landfill trust fund. We had last year, DPW had worked with finance to figure out if we're to get on a schedule to be able to afford to have enough resources, or at least be close to enough resources to start the expansion of Quarantine Road, that we would have to add additional contributions each year in the budget. And we did that. So we have about $30 million, and we're budgeted for about $8.5 million or so per year going into the trust fund, which gets us on a schedule to be, have enough resources to get started on the project when we're ready to go. And I'll defer to DPW on the exact timeline. It very much depends on the waste. We had talked about 2026. Depending on the factors, it might be a little bit earlier in that. But in this scenario, if we were to close the landfill, we would be filled up soon, as in within the next couple of years.
Thanks, Bob. And I think the thing that's most concerning to me about this fiscal impact here is that the way that this reads, and this isn't finance's fault, but just the way I interpret this is we're either dealing with option one, which is expedited landfill expansion, or we're dealing with shipping municipal solid waste. And as I hear you talk about this, and I look at the different timeframes associated with each of those two scenarios, I strongly suspect there's a dual parallel track for both of those scenarios. If we were to not have the incinerator in operation past, December 31 of 21 contract expires, we would be paying line items from each of these two scenarios. And one thing I would like for finance to do, if you could get to the committee, is put together, combine these two scenarios if you could. And I know it's a little more complicated, and I wouldn't ask you this if it was just a matter of adding up year one, 22 for the expedited landfill expansion, which is 17.8 million, along with adding up the net impact of shipping municipal solid waste, which is 5.7 million. I know it's a little complicated than just adding up the sums of each of the years, but I'd appreciate if you could get the committee something in writing early next week that combines these two scenarios and shows what the true fiscal net impact is, because it's not an A or a B scenario. Do you agree with that statement?
You're right in that, practically speaking, it might be some combination of both. We would have to take some, waste to potentially Northwest transfer in the short term and ship it, and we might have to take some more, depending on the routes or depending on what part of the city it's coming from, we might have to take some directly to the landfill. So we could put together just kind of a practical, here's a merged kind of solution that kind of pulls on both, and the cost would be a little lower for each of them individually, but when you combine them, it might actually even be more costly. So we can provide that to the committee.
Yeah, if you can get that to the committee by mid next week.
Okay.
That would be greatly appreciated. All right, we're going to move to the Department of Public Works now. I know we have Marcia, and I think we have Acting Director Matt Garbar. So let's go to Acting Director Garbar, and I know he has another commitment that he cannot get out of at 12:30. So I want to go to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm hoping he's been elevated. See if he can get on.
He is elevated as a panelist. Matt, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sorry,
wrong Matt.
Matt Peters, Matt Garbark, other Matt Garbark, are you there? Marcia, I'm going to go into recess for 30 seconds, or just pause for 30 seconds.
I'm here. I was having some connectivity trouble.
Okay, excellent. The floor is yours.
I'm trying to get the video to work, but I'm not sure if it will.
Okay. We'll settle for your voice today.
Okay. Let's see. All right. I hope I'm on the video now. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify on this. I know Ms. Collins has prepared some material and is prepared to go through sort of what the Department of Public Works' perspective is on this legislation, on this ordinance. And obviously we support what what the law department and the finance department have said, and don't have much more to offer at this point. I also know that there was a question about the timing of the landfill that I just wanted to sort of add some points to in terms of what all that means. And so if we're looking at having Bresco around, and we're looking at the current practice and our current waste usage, then the current capacity of the Quarantine Road landfill will be reached by 2028. So that's as if we do nothing to expand it. If there is no Bresco and the contract expires as during the time that it would expire, the landfill would reach capacity by 2024. If we expand, which is our intention of expanding, that is our full intention of expanding into the Millennium site, which is adjacent to Bresco. Without Bresco, the expansion site will reach capacity by 2031. With Bresco, and there is nothing changing with our, let's assume there's nothing to change in terms of zero waste or anything, just current waste practice. The capacity with Bresco would be reached with the Millennium site in 2053. Okay, so those are some of the different numbers. The issue at hand is the 4-year extension from 2024 to 2028 allows enough time to get the landfill expansion up and running so that there is a seamless transition in landfill operations. If the current Quarantine Road landfill were to reach capacity by 2024, there would be a year to 2 years before the Millennium landfill would be operational. So I think that may be where some of that question is, where we would need to rely on taking stuff outside of the city. So that's where one of those issues is. And you know, if we're looking at the capacity we have in our landfilling operations, we have until 2031. If Bresco is around, 2031. If it's not around, 2053. If we put into practice our zero waste proposals, our less waste, better Baltimore recommendations, the landfill will exist for almost a century, meaning that we will have reduced waste to such an extent that very little, if anything, would be filling the expanded landfill. And that is the best case scenario, because we need to always have some capacity available for waste that we come across that may not be reusable or recyclable. So those are some of the numbers on the landfilling operation and the costs incurred by some of these things. So Ms. Collins, I don't know if you want to provide anything else in our bill report.
Yes, thank you, Matt. And I apologize, Mr. Chairman, because Matt does have to drop off the call soon, but I will be here for the entirety of the hearing. And if there's things I cannot answer, I will make sure that they get answered to the committee. In our bill report, we did go through the history of starting with the Clean Air Act forward. And so we've already had a very thorough explanation of the process by the law department. So I won't bother anyone with a reiteration of that. What we put under the section of our bill report titled Fiscal Impact, it focuses on our Less Waste, Better Baltimore plan. Now, there's been a couple of plans, solid waste plans mentioned this morning or this afternoon, and there are two. There is the 10-year solid waste master plan. This is a state-required report that we must produce every 10 years. And there are 3-year updates. And from time to time, due to significant changes or updates, you can amend that report. That bill essentially is the state's way of knowing that a jurisdiction has the ability to manage its waste stream. We get X tonnage. It is this components roughly. This is where it goes. This is how we handle it. This is the mechanisms under which we do that. This is how we contract out for portions. If we do contract out for portions, that is all contained in that report. This was implemented by the state because they wanted to be sure that jurisdictions were able to handle what they generate. It is the parallel legislation, which is also required for water and wastewater comprehensive plans. And I believe it's under Article 9 of the annotated code. So the city does provide that and has to respond to the state, and they have to review it before we even bring it to the city council so that the mayor and city council can adopt the updates to the plan or any amendments. The content is strictly defined in the law. The other plan that I feel is more relevant to today's question is the Less Waste, Better Baltimore plan. It was recently completed and released, I believe, in late July. And it covers a lot of what has been questioned and discussed here today. It was our one and only opportunity, other than the 10-year solid waste master plans, our one and only opportunity in the history of solid waste to actually have a comprehensive plan for our operations. We, in the process of that, consulted with a couple of advocates and for a group, the United Workers, that had a zero waste consultant. And we met and exchanged information and included some of their concerns into that plan. We also took the goals and objectives of the sustainability report that has certain expectations for achieving waste diversion, waste reduction, many of them by 2040. Those were all put into the plan. We looked at what we currently do, and then we began looking at what other cities do to benchmark against their successes. And so we looked at cities of similar size, but who were in different stages of implementation. Some who were just beginning plans, diversion plans, some who had been doing it for years, other middling. So we could see in general the types of facilities that seem to have a success rate, the sizes, the cost to implement, the cost to maintain, the ups and downs of what worked and what didn't, and the timing to get to a stable state. And then we also had done a waste sort, a winter and a summer waste sort, to look at the components of our waste to see where the opportunities were for diversion, because a feedstock, for lack of a better word, is one of the ways you can ensure that your facilities or facilities are going to be meeting your needs and you can supply them and keep them in a successful situation. The plan also looked at these benchmarking cities to see the period of time it took in which to start, plan, build, and reach a capacity that was taking, the maximum diversion out of the waste stream. So the conclusions that we provided in that report, and I must say I was very happy we actually got the opportunity to do the report, gave a lot of attention to the diversion and gave some pricing for those diversion costs. It looked at timing of individually, what it might take, what would be the community benefits, what would be the cost, how much would be removed from the waste stream. And obviously there are some portions of our waste stream that might have a bigger volume, but not necessarily the tonnage. Conversely, there may be small tonnages, but have a bigger impact in removing it. And we compared all those. So I encourage the committee, if they haven't had the opportunity, to look at the plan. We gave the link in our report. And it does get us to the places that everyone wants to get to that is on this call and participating in this hearing. What it doesn't do is, how can I put this? What it doesn't do is it doesn't tell us the financial pathway that we are going to take. I know that Acting Solicitor Moore talked a little bit about that. I know that Mr. Seneme also referenced that. It is a guide for us to look at the opportunities, both what we as a city government may do and could do, as well as those outside of government. So it looked at things that made sense for us to do, things that made sense for, say, the larger business community, commercial concerns, multifamily locations. So it is not just all on the shoulders of the city of Baltimore, but it does take planning coordination and probably legislation to get these things moving. So I just would like to point out that I feel that a lot of the work has been done to lay out what our options may be. And now we have to do the hard work of investing in those options. One of the recommendations in the report was to consider entering into a 5 or 10-year agreement with Bresco to get us through that initial process of not only landfill expansion, but also the implementation phases of diversion. If you decide, okay, we want to compost, we're going to start out composting, let's say just yard waste to start. And then once we're confident with our yard waste, we're going to add food waste to the program or consider just having a separate facility for food waste, or see if we couldn't encourage a private entity to come in and set that up. And there is a ramping up period in which you have to locate it, design it, build it, get it operational, and then begin feeding it, and then hopefully expanding it with each success. And it's those periods of ramping up and getting folks on board that was also being looked at for the recommendation about extending our Bresco relationship for a 5 or 10-year period. So it was not a means of just saying, well, we just want to incinerate. It's like we need to have a period of time in which to put these things into effect and fund them in order to get where we want to be and not have to rely on incineration, and reduce greatly what we send to the landfill. Having said that, this particular bill that we're here discussing, 20-615, would, if it's enacted, remove Bresco immediately from the equation. I say immediately, we would still have a contract to the end of December 31, 2021, but for all intents and purposes, changes the landscape immediately about what flexibility we have to ramp these diversion programs. It also has another effect. I referenced the 10-year solid waste plan that's required by the state. Removal of Bresco, which is contained in that plan, is a significant change. And so we would have to immediately work with the Maryland Department of the Environment to amend our plan. And we have to be able to prove to them that we have the ability to manage our waste stream. I mention this because what happens in that scenario is that now the potential for funding waste diversion will in itself have to be diverted to deal with expediting the expansion of the landfill, Part A, and or Part B, truck the material elsewhere. You also have to have the ability to stage an area, and a transfer facility would be vital to doing that. The Northwest Transfer Station is not set up to handle that tonnage. So my point is that when we remove Bresco immediately from the equation, we now have to go back to the state, work with Maryland Department of the Environment, retool, re-amend our 10-year solid waste plan, find a way to fund what we have to do in the interim, which I fear will pull away from our waste diversion opportunities for investment. I will say that in our Less Waste, Better Baltimore plan, we do and are looking for unique opportunities, maybe public-private partnerships, finding unique ways to fund what we want to do for waste diversion. That would be ongoing. But I just want the committee to understand that we have to collect, we have our trash, it's generated every day. It's much like our wastewater treatment plants. You know, it arrives whether you want it or not, and you have to be able to handle the capacity. And so that's what we're going to have to prove to the state should we enact this bill, and we'd have to do it very quickly. And I fear that our opportunities for funding some of our waste diversion, from at least with city funds, would be quite hampered. Other than that, I'd be happy to take any questions that I can answer and bring back to the committee those that I cannot. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Marcia. Well, Councilwoman Clark.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Whoa. Hi. Oh, I thought you, Marcia, you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Oh, okay. Hi. I'm just going to ask a couple quick things because there's a lot of people waiting to testify. And thank you so much for all the work that you do and how you keep us up to knowing what's going on and helping all the time. But you're connecting with, somehow you're connecting about where the diversion money, and when you say diversion, we're talking zero waste, I think. In other words, diversion, when you worry about where the money's coming from for diversion, I'm reading that you mean for like citywide programs to recycle, reuse, etc. Is that what?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if that's the case, can you make that connection for us for a minute? Like, why is the zero waste? What is what generation of revenue do you see as being available? I know you're not the budget people, but being available to be part of the diversion or to be part of zero waste that is at play right now here.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I can only speak in general terms because you know, things change every day. But my statement that I'm going to make is not meant to be critical of anyone. However, we have not, as a city, invested in solid waste. Let's be honest. We have not. We have historically used landfills back in the day, and we still are using them now.
Marcia, hang on a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you go on mute, please? Because thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, Marcia.
Thank you. We have historically used, like many communities, landfills. And back several years ago, incineration closed down one incinerator, and then Bresco was developed. This is both a blessing and a curse because we were, as a city, very well situated, envious of many cities because we had our own landfill and we had the opportunity to incinerate. And incineration has, barring health issues, which I know is of deep concern, but the advantage to incineration is it not only reduces the volume of what you end up landfilling by 90%, which is quite a reduction, it also is a very compactable material. So you also get much better usage of your airspace in your landfill, because there's a big difference between taking that inert material and compacting it versus trying to compact actual volumetric trash. So that has always been the attraction for incineration. My concern is that if we don't have a bridging period with Bresco, we will have to be spending our money. We're going to have to expedite, as Mr. Senemy referred, to the landfill expansion itself, and might also have to truck waste out of the city, at least, if not immediately, probably several years later, because of capacity. Even if we do not allow or accept material from anyone else other than the city, we are going to be putting roughly another 160,000 tons a year into the landfill as raw trash, and that's going to take up space very quickly. So you have to look at the arc of and try to predict the capacity and how quickly it fills. You have to combine that with your expansion at our landfill, Quarantine Road. We did purchase Millennium Landfill, which is immediately adjacent to our Quarantine Road landfill, for the expansion. There's work that can be done there. However, also, you not only want to expand the footprint, but you also want to expand, better use what you have on the original landfill site, Quarantine Road, which means you have to relocate the roadway that goes in through the landfill to create that and turn it into landfill space. That has a cost as well. It's not easily done. And that roadway also serves businesses who are on the waterfront and currently operating. So so there's a lot of coordination. It's not like we're just starting with a blank piece of land and creating cells. It's a very staged and careful expansion that will be necessary. It's possible to do it in phases. But you always want to try to keep up with what you're doing. In the meantime, our plan has always been, okay, we'll do the waste diversion. We're going to bring down what we have to get rid of in a disposal fashion. And we keep the landfill there for those materials right now that don't have a reuse or are not easily recycled. We're seeing a lot of different product changes and container changes that are creating more of those substances. So we know we're always going to have some measure of material that we're going to have to landfill. So when I say that, that I worry that by now putting that money into the landfill faster than what we anticipated, and possibly being faced either immediately or in a couple of years doing some significant trucking, which quite frankly would need another transfer station to be effective. That's money that we're going to have to, capital money we're going to have to spend, that subtracts from our ability to invest that in the diversion. So I hope I didn't complicate it for you. I hope I explained it.
Yeah, thank you. You've answered my question. I get the gist of what you're saying, that costs associated with closing uses up funding that would be spent on diversion, like zero waste. So basically, we need to see, not today, but we need to see we need to see those kind of numbers in a budget book when the next budget book rolls around, so that it shows that kind of investment based on where we are then. It does show the diversion, the zero waste components, and some price tags and revenues besides. In other words, it's time to accept us into the budget, which is always significant. And if you can aid in that effort, it's very important. And thank you for, and I've asked enough. I want to have people have a chance.
All right, I'll just add, Councilwoman, that there are, in the Less Waste, Better Baltimore plan, there are also other opportunities to move on waste diversion that would not require.
Marcia, hang on.
Oh, that's me. That's my problem.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Marcia, please.
Thank you. I know it gets confusing. But there are other opportunities in the Less Waste, Better Baltimore plan that do not involve necessarily dollars, city dollars, to make happen. And there are some things that we could do legislatively that will encourage people to do waste diversion. That doesn't necessarily require us, other than, all of us going to a hearing and putting some work into a piece of legislation. I will also say that we have worked hard at the state level to try to see some things happen there that might help grease the skids underneath some of these projects we'd like to see happen, or create an atmosphere that would encourage private investors to come and invest. So there are things we can do, very sure. It is just that we know that for some of these materials, we are going to have to be involved and help make it happen. And unfortunately for Bob, that takes money. So we do have other options. I don't mean to say that there's nothing that could happen. I'm just very concerned that, we know we would have to spend some money on a non-diversion project to get over the hump.
Councilman Reisinger.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'll keep it brief. Marshall, I just want to ask you regards to other alternatives. I know I've talked to some contractors. Is DPW sitting down with private companies in regards to helping out to get to zero waste? I mean, I've talked to some companies, and there's quite a few minority contractors who are interested, who are in the city of Baltimore, that are talking about being able to help out with the zero waste and even doing transfer stations, which would be a cost to them and not to the city. Is DPW sitting down with those companies, especially the minority companies?
Thank you, Councilman, for your question. Yes, we are. We're looking at a number of opportunities. We are fortunate in that Ms. Oldendorf, who is with Solid Waste, is now the president of the Mid-Atlantic SWANA organization, Solid Waste Association of Maryland. And we have reached out to a number of cities, a number of companies. We've had companies approach us. And we also have been sitting down with sustainability to look at ways in which we can start moving some of this information. I'm sorry, that's my phone. Move some of this information forward. And at some point, the city, would probably have to, short of somebody coming in and saying, I'm going to build here and it's going to be going and we're interested in your trash or your yard waste or your food waste or whatever it might be, your recycling, then, absent somebody investing all of their own money and we just become a participant in providing feedstock, for lack of a better word, other than that, we would probably want to issue an RFP or a request for proposal or request for information to see what people can offer us. Keep it wide, keep it open, keep it interesting, and see what kind of people step forward. As you know, because we're government, we can't just take anyone who comes up and says, I got a great idea. We have to, give everyone the opportunity to respond. But yes, we are definitely looking at that. We're trying to move the needle as much as we can right now. But I feel like a lot of the work has already been done in this Less Waste and Better Baltimore plan. And we have, the opportunity to start moving. It just will move differently if this particular legislation is enacted.
Thank you, Marcia. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, Pinkett, Stokes, Sneed, Bullock, any questions for DPW? Councilman Pinkett.
Questions?
Councilman Pinkett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Collins, I know Director Garback gave us some dates and some timeframes associated with the landfill and with Bresco. And if you already stated this, please excuse me. I wasn't really clear. He mentioned a scenario that would get us to where our landfill would last for more than a century. How long would we have to be in relationship with Bresco to get to that point?
Thank you for that question, Councilman. It wouldn't necessarily be just solely a Bresco relationship issue. I think what it is picking up the momentum of waste diversion. That's quite frankly going to be our best avenue to not have to be so reliant on some of the more traditional, disposal. I feel that we will always have to, unless there's a significant change in the manner in which things can be recycled or reused for some substances, we will probably always have a portion or a small portion that we cannot divert. But that issue aside, I think what he was referring to was not just, he was looking at Bresco just to get us through that transformative process of winnowing down what we dispose of through diversion. He's looking at Bresco to get us through those early years when we're, picking up the momentum and getting some diversion in place. I hope I've answered your question.
No, you did. And once again, I apologize if I misheard. It sounded like he was saying something about an extension from 2024 to 2028, like an additional 4 years. Can you speak a little, if I heard that right, can you speak a little bit more?
Marcia, this is Matt. I'm still on. So the issue really is the capacity and the airspace that the waste takes up. Ash takes up about 1/10 of the space of regular refuse that we put in the landfill. So if we don't use Bresco after 2021 when it expires, the airspace and the capacity of the landfill will fill up significantly faster than if we did use it. So that brings down the existing lifespan of the landfill by 4 years. So that's what that means. And by the century use, when I was referring to that was exactly what Ms. Collins was saying, that if we recognize full waste diversion potential, zero waste, we will never in any of our lifetimes fill up that landfill. And that is our ultimate goal, is to not rely on landfilling and to not have to worry about when and if that actually reaches capacity.
So are you saying that we have to, that in order for us to maximize our landfill and to get us to a place where our landfill has the capacity for the zero waste future that we're all moving towards, that we need to extend Bresco another 4 years?
If we want to minimize disruption, and if we want to minimize or not have to make a significant investment upfront and in a rather immediate time frame, then An extension would allow us more time to get to a place where we can sustainably handle these issues and mixed refuse issues and disposal issues. So it's going to be a matter of cost, and it's going to be a matter of timing.
And that additional 4 years would be to 2028?
Those additional 4 years would be to 2028. We expect for the expanded portion of the landfill to become open for acceptance of waste until in 2026. So it's really a 2-year period that we're talking about in getting the landfill, the current capacity, reaching that limit and being able to start filling portions of the new expanded landfill.
So I know I know there's some sort of negotiations that are happening right now that are, some of which deal with the investment that Bresco is proposing to make, which sounds like it's a 10-year negotiation. So should we be at the maximum talking about an 8-year negotiation?
I mean, that is it. What we're trying to get to is not just the landfill expansion, but get to a place where the city can actually, in addition to the landfill, start investing in other capital intensive programs like composting, a much more robust recycling program, and really get away from incineration. My understanding, I believe the 10-year issue was more about amortizing any sort of investment that may occur over that period of time.
No, you're correct, but I'm saying that it sounded like for our purposes, we only needed them for 8 years. They need the 10 years to recoup their investment in their improvements. But even our negotiations should be more focused on the 8-year rather than the 10-year. But you answered my question, so thank you.
Councilman, would you like us to provide the committee with a timeline so you can actually see it in front of you?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're very welcome.
Marcia, when can you get that timeline to us?
I hate to speak for solid waste, but I think we should probably, sometime next week, mid to late next week, if that's okay.
Colleagues, do we have any other questions for DPW? Acting Director Garbark, Marcia, thanks for everything. Thanks to the folks in our solid waste division. We're working around the clock. I just want to stress something that's been a recurring theme in these hearings over the past couple of years, is our need to expedite expansion of and education of our recycling, as well as broadening access to composting options. It's something that you've heard in the past couple of years, and I ask DPW to continue to focus and prioritize those initiatives. They are critically important to helping us get to zero waste sometime in our lifetime, and hopefully, in the next decade or two. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we agree with you. Those are some of the early diversion practices that we were very attracted to.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. It's 12:45 p.m. right now. When we get back, we are going to have Councilwoman Clark's panel. So in the meantime, I'm going to ask Matt Peters to start to get that panel elevated to panelists on here within WebEx, and then we'll be back shortly. Thank you. Okay, thank you all for your patience. Before we resume, I want to give a quick summary of where we're at, the process that we've been following for this hearing, what's still left in this hearing, First, I want to thank everyone who's a member of the public who has been patiently waiting to testify. We are now 2 hours and 54 minutes into a marathon of a hearing, which I suspect is going to go for a while longer. We started off the hearing introducing members of the council and members of the staff from the mayor's office and the council president's office. We then turned it, and I want to be clear, this is standard format for hearings where there's a lot of folks who want to testify in the Judiciary Committee. We've used this format on at least a dozen occasions, which my colleagues will attest to over the last 4 years. We then moved over to the chief sponsor of the bill, Councilwoman Clark, to give brief introductory remarks. I thank her. Her comments were brief. I know that'll get a smile out of her, hopefully. We then moved to city agencies. We started with the Department of Law. We had council members ask questions. We then moved to the Department of Finance. Council members asked questions. And then we moved to the Department of Public Works, and council members asked questions. We just took a brief recess, which brings us to where we're at now. Next step is to do panels. We're going to have 2 panels. One panel is going to be in support of the legislation. Councilwoman Clark, is the chief sponsor of the bill, has convened that panel. The second panel is going to be represented by folks associated with Wheelabrator. They are in opposition to the legislation. As chair, I'm ensuring that each panel gets equal time. So what we're going to do for ground rules for this portion is each panel is going to get 20 minutes. For example, this first panel has 5 folks. I think the second panel has 5 or 6. If the first speaker wants to take 19 minutes and only leave a minute for the remaining panelists, that's fine. I'm going to defer to the panels to manage your time as you see appropriate. There will be a pause in the time while we're waiting for the staffer to the committee, Matt Peters, to put any presentations that you may have online in the share screen function so that council members, as well as other folks who are viewing this WebEx, are able to see what you're presenting. So there's going to be no limit on the individual speakers' times, no limit on the presentation or the number of presentations, PowerPoint presentations that'll be visual that everyone will be able to see. So we're gonna go to the panel that's in support of the legislation. We're gonna take another 5-minute recess after that so that Matt can put together the panel for the opposition. We're gonna go through the panel on the opposition. We'll probably take a minute recess, and then we're gonna move to members of the public who are on the line to testify. Once we get to that point, I will give more clarification on ground rules and guidance for that next phase of the hearing. So for this, we'll start with the panel in support. I have asked Matt, who's the staffer, to interrupt you at the following marks: 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, and 1 minute. Okay? And then actually we'll do 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and 1 minute. And then Matt will let you know when you are completed, and then we will go from there. So you are going to get interrupted by Matt. It's only going to be for a second. He's going to say, panel, you got 10 minutes left. Panel, you got 5 minutes left. Panel, you got a minute left. Panel, your time is up. Is everyone on the panel clear about what the ground rules are for the panel? Any questions about the format? Colin?
I have one question on behalf of the panel, and then I see a question. But what happens if people on the council have questions? Do they just not ask them? I don't know, but
I didn't anticipate that.
Okay.
I think what we made. Let's get through the first panel first, and if we are going to take questions from committee members, we'll set up some comments for that, but we will hold all of our questions and not interrupt the panel. The only interruption will be when Matt says, this is how much time you have left, or the panel member says, Mr. Peters, can you please put up the following presentation, which he should have already, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Does that sound good, Vice Chairwoman?
Right. Basically, I've divided the panel up. First two speakers, Mike Ewald and
Hang
Gary
on.
Liss.
One other thing, Councilwoman, and then you can kick off your panel. Council members, other than Councilwoman Clark, is there anyone that has questions about the form? Just want to make sure everyone on the committee is comfortable with the format.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Basically, there are 6 members. The first 2 will have a max of 4 minutes each. The people are going to have to self-regulate themselves. And then everyone, the 4 who follow, will each have 3 minutes, and that comes out to 20. So I hope people are able to. So Mike is first, Gary second, Dante third, Marvin fourth, Mark fifth, and Sashanda last. Thank you very much. So remember the name ahead of you. You're next. Thank you.
Okay, and one other thing for our panelists, I'm going to ask you to turn on your video at this time. If you have video capability, please turn that on. And with that, Matt, start timing. Let's take it away. Mike, I think you're up first.
Network. Thank you for having me here. I wanted to start off by pointing out that this bill has diverse support from 56 organizations and counting. One of them I'll point out is the Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility. Just to bring the point back to this being a health issue, Acting Solicitor Moore invoked COVID-19, and that is connected to this because the particulate matter, the fine particulate matter that comes out of Wheelabrator has been associated in one study in causing as much as $55 million a year in annual harm to health, mostly from cutting lives short, just from this one pollutant. The same pollutant that we know from a Harvard study is causing increased deaths from COVID-19. And we know in Maryland, those deaths are falling most on Black people in the state. And so just to frame the context of what we're dealing with here, that's why we're here. Now, the law department mentioned, Dana Moore mentioned that the law department 2 years ago cited objections to the Baltimore Clean Air Act. Well, I just pulled that up because I'm very familiar with that 3-page letter from the law department, and there's not a single objection in there. In fact, they support the Baltimore Clean Air Act and called Wheelabrator's legal arguments in there, which are the ones they use later in the lawsuit, demonstratively false. And they still are demonstratively false, even though a district court judge disagreed on some counts, and that's why their rightful appeal is going on right now. Some of the other arguments that have been used on, for example, preemption with the solid waste management plan is not valid either. Counties revise their waste plans all the time as waste facilities close. A lot of counties, almost all counties in Maryland, have their own public landfill within the borders, just like the city does. The city has its option to keep using its landfill as much as it pleases without having to change the plan. So any preemption arguments revolving around that are not having merit. Now, there was also a statement that this bill would eliminate all incinerators and drastically reduce our options, which is, again, not true, because the only other incinerator in the state is in Montgomery County, and they don't take out-of-county trash. But there are places that have dealt with abrupt closures of incinerators, like DC did in 2017, Detroit did more recently, Hartford did for a time, in Connecticut. This wouldn't be abrupt at all in Baltimore, and the city has its own capacity, but it's possible to move away from incinerators even when they close unexpectedly, as these other cities experienced. Now, a 10-year contract means that Wheelabrator would have to last until they're 46 years old. No incinerator in the U.S. has ever lasted that long. The average age of the 44 that closed in the past 20 years is just 23 years old, and few have made it past 40. This one's already 35. Now, the legal concern, the Board of Estimates, let's get into that. This bill would add a 4th section to Article 5, Subtitle 41, which is titled Prohibited Contracts. One of them already says you can't contract with persons in contempt of unfair labor practices, another about persons owing delinquent taxes, and another about tropical hardwoods. The city specifies 43 species of tropical hardwoods that it wants to protect and says that we can't contract to even use those hardwoods. We can do the same and protect the lungs of residents if we can protect trees, and choose not to burn our trash anymore. There's also a local hiring law that was passed in 2013, and the law department objected on the same basis, saying that the city council cannot tell the Board of Estimates what to do. But thankfully, the city council has ignored that, passed it unanimously, and it's in good law and is in effect today. The
4
state
minutes.
to do this. Yes. So I'm going to wrap up and hit my last few points here. It's not incinerator ban. Incinerators can still operate just without support for the city. When we burn trash, we put 70% of it in the air. And it's not the volume of waste that kills people, it's the toxicity. Putting the other 30% in the landfill is worse. We've studied it. Incineration is worse than landfilling, and trucking distance is not a concern as far as emissions. It does not compare. The last point is the landfill space. We have a 2-year gap to get over, as Garbar pointed out, and we can get over that 2-year hurdle without needing an incinerator or even a 5-year contract extension. Thank you.
Authors of the Zero Waste Fair Development Plan for Zero Waste, with many stakeholders that were actively engaged. Appreciate if the PowerPoint I provided to Matt could be shown on the screen.
One moment, I'll have it up in just a second.
The Fair Development Plan for Zero Waste outlines a just transition to an equitable future, and had, next slide please, had a plan developed by the community, guided by United Workers with help of the Baltimore Office of Sustainability, and we had meaningful and genuine engagement with the community throughout a 9-month period in Baltimore. What we heard was, next slide, was there's an urgency and a need to prioritize equity. The community is getting dumped on, bearing unacceptable inequity. The landfill, Bresco, medical waste incinerator are just some of those concentrated in South Baltimore. It was urgent to close Bresco due to the $55 million of health impacts per year. There's been inequitable recycling, including no recycling at public housing, and residents are already taking the lead on zero waste and our strength to build upon. Next slide. In the urgency and prioritize, next slide, please, Matt. On the urgency and prioritize, back to the last slide, slide before, please. What we heard on the urgency and priority equity is amplified by this diagram from the Less Waste, Better Baltimore plan, which had highlighted the concentration. You see all the colored dots in the South Baltimore area, which is clearly an environmental injustice for poor and Black communities bearing most of the burdens of all those facilities. And the community would like the health costs of $55 million per year factored into council deliberation. It's not just the cost to the city that the council needs to consider, it's the cost to the community, which includes impacts on its residents. Key messages from the Fair Development Plan was a just transition to zero waste is practical and doable. The city can handle its waste without Bresco. The plan laid out how to get to zero waste, including expanded recycling and composting with free recycling compost carts, issuing an RFP to have a public-private partnership rather than having to rely solely on city funds, phase in the services universally, having community land trusts clean up lots and buildings, and providing policies, incentives, and education like Marcia and others highlighted were other ways to get more diversion sooner. We estimate 180,000 plus tons in the first 2 years after adoption of the zero waste plan could be diverted. Even if that took 3 to 4 years, it would be able to meet that gap that was highlighted in prior testimony by the agencies. The estimates of $60 to $80 million could be reduced by for the diversion programs, could be reduced by public-private partnerships through a request for proposal process. That's why we spent a bunch of time in the zero waste plan talking about the importance of an RFP for mission-based recyclers and composters to be contracted as partners with the city in developing the programs. We also developed an economic analysis for the plan, the zero waste plan.
1 minute.
Happy to work with DPW to figure out the costs that they talked about today. Timing is the issue. Our plan differs from the Less Waste, Better Baltimore plan in how quickly we think things could be implemented. The RFP is key to implementing things quickly. Ours were based on actual direct experiences of our team and our contacts. The bridge strategy, in summary, to zero waste, you don't need BRESCO. You can do the transfer to landfills and compost if you need to. The key is expanding recycling and composting quicker and doing that now.
All right, I'm going to let Mark go. His phone is dying and he doesn't have a lot of time, so I'm going to let him go before me and then I'll continue.
Thank you so much. Yeah, just wanted to say that we support our partners in South Baltimore. Clean air, clean water, health is a human rights issue, and the zero waste plan that has been developed by the partners in South Baltimore down here will create more jobs, and most importantly will better improve the health moving forward. So we support our partners in South Baltimore and moving forward a plan to reduce the health disparities in South Baltimore. Thank you.
All right, hey everybody. I'm going to go super quickly here. It should be noted that Wheelabrator receives about 700,000 tons of waste there, but only about 380,000 tons comes from within Baltimore City. So that's the amount that we need to be concerned about, not the 700,000. Yes, it's a regional dumping site for people, but it shouldn't be, and Baltimore City should not be. Everyone here is representing the city, not the region. So we need to focus on that. When Wheelabrator is gone, we aren't going to be swimming in trash. So this doom and gloom about us being in danger of just madness is absolutely incorrect. To speak to Solicitor Moore's comments on moving us towards zero waste, the simple fact that Wheelabrator is present is why our recycling program is so woeful. 75 to 80% of what we dispose of is recyclable, but the residential recycling rate's only 12 to 15%. And while I mentioned this, Mr. Peters, if you could bring up my zero waste marker, that would be great. Thank you. And when you have the city that's been depending on an incinerator for 35 years, that's the exact reason why our recycling system isn't prepared or hasn't been prepared to get us there more aggressively. So people are still throwing out the recyclables in the
Sorry to interrupt, just 10-minute warning.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
And so this graph here actually gives us a little more idea of what we've been talking about. I think a lot of folks have been putting out some numbers. I've done to the best of my ability with the sources that I had of what this looks like. So when we're talking about zero waste options, material recovery facility, recycling facility, or a composting facility, those could actually manage about 570,000 tons of material if we built them to the size of, say, San Francisco's recycling facility, which is what I base this off of, or even a composting facility with a company I spoke to that would actually build their own site as long as the city provided the organic matter. So when it comes to what Mr. Saname mentioned, we do not have to bear the entire cost of building up these facilities. Thank you. They're not only our facilities that or companies that would build their own, but there are also multiple grants and entities like Closed Loop Partners that would actually provide the zero interest loans for the city. As you can see, $95 million is what the actual cost to comply with the requirements in the Clean Air Act would be for Wheelabrator, which is even more expensive than the zero waste options. And you can see the status quo options of landfill expansion and a municipal solid waste transfer station are more expensive. Finally, if you'll go to the next image that I have, Mr. Peters, I wanted to give some additional clarity on what the impact of pollution from Wheelabrator is. So for a given year, it puts out enough NOx, nitrogen oxides, to equal the amount put out by 126,000 cars. For CO2, 141,000 cars. For PM 2.5, which is what Mike talked about earlier, 500,000 cars. And for sulfur dioxide, which triggers asthma attacks and increases the lifetime risk of heart disease and stroke, over 1.7 million cars. So we're not talking about negligible pollution. And like I said on the previous one, and this is in my written testimony, that it's actually far cheaper to go towards zero waste than it is to maintain the status quo. Thank you.
Amen. Amen. Next, thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. Next is Marvin.
Councilwoman, you're way ahead of schedule on your panel, so.
I'm trying to.
So let's take a Yep, let's take a pause for a second. Matt, how much time do we have left?
8 minutes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so let's move that back to.
So I have three people.
Hold on. Matt, let's move that back to 8.5 minutes. So give him extra 30 seconds and don't start. Councilwoman, so you got 8.5 minutes left for.
Yeah, I have three people. That's 9.
So you can use the, okay.
Thanks. They'll make it happen. Next is Marvin Hayes.
Good afternoon. My name is Marvin Hayes, and I'm the program manager for the Baltimore Compost Collective, and I'm coming live from Phillips Street Garden, the Wakanda of South Baltimore. I just want to make a couple big points. We cannot put a cost on the lives of the city residents of Baltimore City, especially our youth. People are dying. They have been affected by respiratory issues due to burning trash. We know that COVID affects the respiratory issues, so people are dying here. So we cannot put a cost on people's lives. We are the only city that has an incinerator and a landfill. Baltimore County or Howard County would not allow us to bring waste from Baltimore City and burn it in Howard or Baltimore County, so we can do better. We are putting together a zero waste boot camp to educate. We do not have to reinvent the wheel. There are several cities that have went from trash incineration to zero waste practices. We need to be more proactive, hire a DPW director who can facilitate us moving from incineration to zero waste practices. Once again, you know what I'm about to say. Compost, learn so you don't have to burn. Starve the incinerator, feed the soil, feed the community. Thank you. And instead of making trips to Sisson Street, come down to the E. Bailey Recreation Center and drop off your compost. Follow the residents of Federal Hill, Riverside, and Locust Point. Go to the farmers market, Jones Falls, Waverly, and drop your compost off for free with the Office of Sustainability. Feed the pigs. Compost around is a terrible thing to waste. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you. Next we have Mark Brody. Is he here? Is he? Did they found?
Councilwoman, I think he already spoke. He was losing his phone battery.
Oh, that was such a flat. Okay, gotcha. All right. The last word today is from Miss Campbell, Zero Waste Organizer, South Baltimore Community Land Trust.
Thanks. And thanks for having me here today. What I would like to say is that we all know that back a few years ago, there was a proposal to build the nation's largest incinerator here in Curtis Bay, Brooklyn, right across from the school where I am now, less than a mile away from this school. And that incinerator proposal was fought off. It was fought off by residents and community residents who have been burdened to have this incinerator, have a medical waste incinerator, have a landfill, have the Bresco incinerator in this South Baltimore community. And that is not okay because their lives have been in jeopardy. This is not, as Marvin said, about the money. It is about lives that's in jeopardy every day, that a system have no respect for it. It's about this community being a low-income community and a people of color community and being told consistently that it does not matter when it comes to these polluting infrastructures being put into community. It is not about how we don't have another 10 years. We don't have any amount of years to say that we can do both. We have shown, many of times the city have shown that we cannot do both. We have been burning waste for over 30 years and still there has been no zero waste infrastructure created. There has been no infrastructure created to move from burning and burying. And so this is why we need to do zero waste now. We do not have a future if we don't have a zero waste future because this is polluting our air. This is creating climate change right now. We won't have a planet to live on if we keep going at this rate of burning here in Baltimore City. We need to do better by residents and we need to do better by our environment and communities. So we don't have forever. And this is not a thing that should take 10 years or any of that. It should be done now because this is where we are now in the moment where we have a lot of momentum around zero waste and creating the infrastructure here today.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, That's our presentation, and we had a good finish here. Thank you. And thanks to all the people who jammed so much wisdom into 3 and 4 minutes.
Are there questions?
Thank you. So, Councilwoman, your panel's concluded, correct?
Correct.
Come on. Oops.
Excuse me?
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you're good, Councilman. You're good. Okay, so what we're going to do is we'll take up to 2 questions per colleague, and then we'll move to the next panel. Colleagues, that's your whoever raises their hand first. Councilman Reisinger, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, before I ask the question, I just want to say, love you, Marvin Hayes, with your statement. But here's my question to for Mike Ewell. Mike, you talked about the other cities that transitioned from incineration. So what was the timing and what route did they take to transition from an incinerator to where they took care of their own, whether it was landfill or whatever? Then did it take a 10-year contract?
Sure. So there are a few cases where they were very abrupt. They weren't deliberate, planned out things. And I bring them up just to show that even in abrupt situations it's possible. In 2017, there was a massive fire at the incinerator that Covanta has in Fairfax County, Virginia, which DC uses, and a good chunk of Northern Virginia. That shut the incinerator down from February 2nd till the last day of the year in 2017. And they simply diverted the trucks to landfills in Southeast Virginia, where a lot of the stuff goes anyway from the region. But they survived that. It wasn't the sky was falling and people's trash was piling up on the curbs. A year later in Detroit, their incinerator closed abruptly for good because of a legal situation. And they figured that situation out as well, shipped it to landfills in Michigan. In Connecticut, they had 2 generators fail at their incinerator, the biggest one in the state in Hartford, about a year or 2 ago, and they had to divert waste as well. And so if they can handle it in emergency situations like that, the city has had time to plan and still has time to plan until the expansion is ready, which is projected for 2026. And what we're hearing is that there's only a 2-year gap we need to overcome if the landfill would otherwise fill up in 2024 and the expansion is not ready until 2026. Well, I talked to MDE, to the agency that is working on the engineer that's actually working on the permit expansion, the expansion permit for the landfill, and was told that if the city does the right moves and actually fills out its paperwork correctly in its application, it can have the expansion ready 1 to 2 years earlier anyway. But even if that's not an option, even if the city takes its time until 2026, we already export some of our trash. Some portion already goes through 5 transfer stations and gets exported to landfills out of the region. And we can keep doing some of that, turn away some of the private waste as well, and of course, turn out the out-of-city waste, and close that 2-year gap without needing the incinerator to hang around for another 10 years. At most, we're talking about a 2-year gap, not a 10-year bridge here. And let me add one more piece. The 10 years is only for Wheelbrader's need to cover the cost of $30 to $40 million, which we just learned today, out of the $95 million cost of compliance with the Baltimore Clean Air Act, which means that they were going to fall substantially short of complying with the Baltimore Clean Air Act. Most likely, it would have to mean skimping on the controls for the nitrogen oxides that trigger asthma attacks, since that's the most costly piece and surely the only way they can do this with only 30 to 40 million to cost. So more asthma because of this, and 10 more years of it because we're just trying to make sure Wheelbrader is whole instead of bridging that 2-year gap.
Thank you.
Anyone else wanted to ask a question of that panel? There's one person left, one council member left. If not, can I ask Gary Liss Still there? Is he there?
Councilwoman,
Yes.
I was confused as to what you were just saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying, if there's another council member here who has a question, I defer to them.
Colleagues, any questions?
I have a question.
Councilman Stokes.
This is for Mr. Ewald. Mr. Ewald, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ewald? Okay. Sir, is your organization based in Philadelphia?
Yes, we are a national organization. We're based in Philadelphia, but more of our staff have actually been based in Baltimore in recent years, and Baltimore has been the #1 focus of our work for several years now.
Okay, during the Clean Air Act, you assured the council the bill was not preempt over the warnings of the solicitor's office, and the bill was struck down. So you are now asking us to reject our attorney's advice and pass the bill. Are you a barred attorney in Maryland?
I'm not a barred attorney in Maryland. I'm a barred attorney in Pennsylvania. However, the barred attorneys in Maryland to represent the city
Let me finish,
actually
sir.
affirmed the Baltimore Clean Air Act.
Okay, but you drafted this legislation yourself, am I correct?
Yes, I was the main one drafting the legislation. There were others involved, including the city health department, the law department, and legislative reference, and other attorneys and engineers.
And you met with the council persons to urge its passage, am I correct?
Yes, I did. And to reiterate, the law department supported it, did not oppose it. And you can look on the record and find that that's the case.
Well, I'm saying that because I never had a meeting with you. You have lobbied the solicitor to reject a settlement and appeal to 4th Circuit. Am I correct?
Well, actually, yes, Councilman, we did meet on this a couple of years ago. But yes, we've been urging the law department to defend the Baltimore Clean Air Act, as City Council unanimously asked twice in resolutions in recent months.
But you have organized grassroots efforts to persuade the council.
Absolutely. We and many other colleagues, and there are 56 groups just signed on in support of this bill, so we're not alone in that.
But if this bill passes and is challenged, you won't bear any legal costs. Am I correct?
Of course not. No, it doesn't work that way.
And if the plant shuts down, you won't bear any cost to build out the landfill. You won't bear any cost increase to transport trash to other jurisdictions, but you will raise money for your organization as a result of the passage. So in sum, if you pass your bill, you go back to Philly and we have to deal with the ramifications in Baltimore. Thank you.
That's not fair, Councilman, but thank you for your questions.
To that point, and just for clarification, because I also work for Energy Justice, that we are hopping in, making Baltimore responsible for something, and no one's actually here that's going to be representative of it. As I mentioned, and it's in my written testimony, and I'm happy to answer more questions if Councilman Stokes or anyone other has clarifications, the benefits of doing this are larger than maintaining the status quo of what we have. So any sort of idea that, oh, you know, Baltimore is going to be like screwed out of a lot of money is not accurate in the slightest, and I'm happy to go into more detail, but I just wanted to get that clarification because not only do I live in Baltimore, but Shashonda, Mr. Brody, and the like are here supporting this bill and the Clean Air Act from before.
And also, if I could just jump in to piggyback off of Dante, that we have all spoke. It's not only Mike, Iwa, and Dante, it's community and residents who live that who is burdened with this pollution, that's dealing with it every day, that's dying from it every day, that you and all of the other representatives represent these communities. And we voted for an incoming mayor, Brandon Scott, who said that he will end the contract with this incinerator. And so it's not only them. This effort is a city effort, and it is a people's effort. And this is a people's movement who has been pushing forward to develop infrastructure, zero waste infrastructure that respects our lives and our health, that the system that we have right now does not respect. And it is not okay to make it a person thing, to make it a one person thing, or say that all the organizing that happened is because of Mike, because this organizing has been happening for many of years to defeat a proposal to build the nation's largest incinerator in community of Curtis Bay, Brooklyn. So therefore, this is bigger, and we need zero waste now, not tomorrow, not next week, not 10 years from now. We need it now. And we need for you who represent us to make a way to create models that we are here to help with, that we are trying to put people in the room that can help you to develop, to do that. We're asking you to do that because our lives are in jeopardy. People are dying. We are living this day to day.
Councilwoman Clark.
Thank you very much to every member of the panel. And thank you for all the people that have helped with this legislation. I'm very grateful and it's very important. And we hear the message. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions? Mr. Ewald, well, my first comment goes to Marvin and the Composting Collective. Marvin, I love the work you're doing. Thank you so much. I know you service a lot of neighborhoods in the 11th District, as well as in my colleagues, Councilman Ed Reisinger in the 10th. We appreciate what you're doing, and we want to find ways to scale you up and make you bigger and make you citywide. And we appreciate you taking care of the goat down there as well. Mr. Ewald, I want to talk a little bit about your involvement in the Clean Air Act and expand on what Councilman's saying. You know, when we were deliberating that legislation, I think that was like late 18, maybe, if I recall correctly. And I think we passed the bill, I want to say February of 19. Dana, does that sound right? February.
That's correct.
I see everyone shaking. That's good enough for government, as I like to say. Close enough. You know, there's a couple things that I would be remiss if I didn't mention. One, when it was sold to council members at the time by your group, it was sold as we are not looking to put the incinerator out of business. We just want them to make the upgrades necessary to ensure that it's safe for our residents. And I can certainly, you know, appreciate that the status quo is simply not healthy for our community. And that makes a lot of sense. And we had pretty vigorous objections from our law department, which, by the way, is a world-class law department, the one that we have in Baltimore City. And I think the record of litigation speaks for itself. But we went against our law department, vigorous objections, with a guarantee from you that this would sustain a challenge in court. And unfortunately, it didn't sustain a challenge. And nonetheless, our law department, at the urging of this current city council, pursued an appeal of that, and that's ongoing. And you know, we'll see where that ends up. Only time will tell. But you know, my understanding from conversations with the solicitor is she estimates the likelihood in the neighborhood of 30% of prevailing in that. My question for you is, you know, you are making the argument in front of this council again that this will sustain a legal challenge against, again, the vigorous opposition of our law department here in Baltimore City. And I want to be clear before you answer this question. The debate that we're having today, the debate isn't about whether or not we want to have clean air in this city. The debate is about how do we get there? What's the legal mechanism? What's the financial mechanism? What's the schedule? How do we take concept and turn it to reality? Because I think we all want the same reality. But the question for me is about the legality of this path. It's about the financial scope of this path. And my question for you is, explain to me why I should believe you, why my colleagues should believe you that this will sustain a legal challenge.
Sure. Well, first of all, I highly encourage you all to go pull up the Baltimore Clean Air Act page on the City Council's legislative website. and click on the law department's opinion. It's a 3-page opinion written by Victor Tervala, and it does not object to the Clean Air Act one bit. It affirms it completely. There is no truth to the idea that the law department objected to the Baltimore Clean Air Act at all. It completely affirmed it. It walked through the case law. It said that the city is on solid legal ground and that Wheelabrator's arguments were demonstratively false, which are their own words. So no, the narrative from Dana Moore and from you right now saying that the law was somehow opposed to it and the council overrode that, that is not what happened at all. So just setting that record straight. Now, the city council also ignored the law department's opinion in 2013 when it made the same arguments they're making today about the Board of Estimates regarding the city's local hiring law, which is in effect today. I went on the city's website just last night, looked up the local hiring law. There's a page all about it and how it is in effect. And city council did the right thing there, but over the law department's objection in that case. I hear from another council member that just in the most recent council meeting, the law department was ignored by city council again in another matter that I'm not as familiar with. So I'm not saying to ignore the law department as a routine matter, but that's not what happened in the Baltimore Act, and that's not what should happen now. If the same reasoning was worth overriding in terms of a local hiring law, we argue the same thing now, considering that the city already has in its city code several things, including protected hardwood species, that say prohibited contracts. And all this is doing is adding a 4th section to the prohibited contracts already prohibited by city council in the code.
Thank you. To say that the law department supported this legislation, the Clean Air Act, is factually inaccurate. What the report says is, provided Council Bill 18-306 contains standards at least as stringent as those set by the Department of the Environment. The law department is prepared to, operative term there, approve the bill for form and legal sufficiency. And unfortunately, I have to disagree with you on the grounds of the argument that because this council has ignored the law department in other instances, that gives us carte blanche to continue to ignore our law department.
I'm not claiming that. I'm saying the same type of interpretation with the Board of Estimates, which happened with the local hiring law, which is in effect today, that's analogous and similar situation to this one.
Right. Unfortunately, you don't represent the mayor and city council of Baltimore in legal matters. The law department does. And I want to be very clear about that when our law department says something, it's okay if we disagree, but it's important to take note of it and take it very seriously, because the consequences of disagreeing with the law department and us being wrong are very severe in some instances. And they've been severe on this one, and they have somewhat set us back, those consequences, because of how this thing has played out. So I want to be clear on that. Colleagues, any other questions for our panel today?
Just a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
If I make a comment, I understand everybody's very upset about 2 different law. You know, we have a law department and then we have a lawyer who wrote a bill. I just want to bypass all the bad vibes and say I very much appreciate all the time that Mike has spent not only writing this law and going over it with us, but really trying to explain it in many different ways that we've received in our email today and that we've constantly received throughout. In other words, I want to thank him for his help, and Dante as well. They've been very faithful to us. We don't all agree about things all the time, but I want to say a kind word for a generous person who's helped us. Thank you.
Thank you,
Councilman Reisinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I agree with Councilwoman Clark's echo her statements regards to Mike and Dante. But I just also want to state that I understand that the The law department is going to defend the city in regards to the appeal, and I have no issue with that. My concern is for us to get to zero waste, which you stated earlier, Mr. Chair, and I think that's our goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And I support that goal as well, getting there as quickly and legally and financial solvently as possible. Colleagues, if there's no other questions for this panel, Councilwoman Clark, thank you for putting the panel together. Panel members, thank you for your important input today. Appreciate your time. Matt, if you would please excuse this panel. We're going to go into recess for 5 minutes. And Matt, if you could get the next panel queued up for us, please and thank you. It is 1:39 p.m. now. We'll be back at 1:44 p.m. Thank you. Okay. All right. Excellent. Before we begin, so Michael Dougherty is the, am I saying your name right, sir? Dougherty?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. So Michael Dougherty is the lead for the opposition panel. We're doing equal time today. I'm going to go over the rules again very quickly. Each panel gets 20 minutes. You all can split that time up as you see fit. Michael, if you want to talk for 18 minutes and only give 2 minutes to your co-panelists, that's fine. But I'll defer to you on how to split that time up. Matt Peters, who's staff to the committee, is going to keep track of time. Matt is going to interrupt the panel at 10 minutes left, 5 minutes left, and 1 minute left. Very briefly, he's going to jump on. He's going to say, this is Matt. Just want to let you know you have 10 minutes left. Sorry for interrupting. It's Matt, 5 minutes left. Sorry for interrupting, etc. And then he's also going to let you know when your time is up. If you have presentations like a PowerPoint or a slideshow, you can let Matt know, hey, Matt, can you please put up my presentation? I believe he's got everything all queued up, so he's good to go. So with that, is there any questions from the panelists about the format?
Just real quick from Austin. Matt, is my camera also not working?
Yeah, we would like everyone who's a panelist who has a camera, please turn your camera on if you can. Okay. So all the panelists are clear on the ground rules here for the panel, correct? No questions? And colleagues, there were no questions before. I'll assume that's the same unless I hear otherwise. Okay, so we're going to do the panel. Before we begin, Matt will be timing. I'll let you know when to start. We'll go through the panel, and then we'll take up to 2 questions from each of the council members. Then we're going to take a very short recess, and we will get into public testimony. Start timing. Michael, please take it away.
Chairman Costello and honorable members of the Judiciary Committee, we appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Mike Dougherty. I'm the market manager for Wheelabrator's Mid-Atlantic region. And joining me today are Dr. Roseanne McTire, who has advanced degrees from both Johns Hopkins and Yale Universities in public health and the sciences. In addition, Bishop Carter, pastor of the Ark Church and president of the Ministers Conference of Baltimore and vicinity, will be joining us. Reverend Al Hathaway Sr., who's pastor of Union Baptist Church. Reverend Hathaway has the distinction of being the 10th pastor in the church's history, which spans 168 years. Welcome, Reverend Hathaway. Jen Berg, who's president of the Friends of Garrett Park, which is a Brooklyn Community Association, will join us. And you've heard from Austin Pritchard, who is Wheelabrator's plant manager. We're here because in listening to the community, by far the most common concern we've heard was that our facility was contributing to Baltimore's asthma problem. With today's Ban the Burn bill hearing, this is a timely opportunity to discuss key considerations regarding Baltimore's waste management process and the role Wheelabrator plays in it. We're here because in listening, conversations to date have been largely based on emotion. We'd like to present some fact-based information we believe it is important for the community to know. Dr. McTire will discuss her findings regarding asthma shortly. Unfortunately, the city, which generates more than 1.5 million tons of waste each year, unfortunately, only a small percentage of that waste is recycled. We are working hard to change that, and Austin will speak to that in a moment in terms of what Wheelabrator is doing in the community. In the meantime, there really are only two options in dealing with the city's unrecycled waste: landfilling or converting it to energy. Waste to energy was reconfirmed as the preferred method for waste disposal over landfills by the US EPA and in the Clean Air Power Plant policy issued by the Obama administration. In addition, waste to energy is recognized worldwide in its role for reducing greenhouse gas emissions through landfill methane avoidance and fossil fuel generation displacement. As I mentioned, the Maryland Department of Environment data shows the city generates 1.5 million tons of waste annually. And according to the city's Less Waste, Better Baltimore plan, commissioned by the city of Baltimore, 375,000 tons of that waste comes to our plant. It's disposed of at our facility. The plan also states, and I quote, "It is recommended that Bresco continue to be utilized for disposal of declining volumes. Long-haul truck transfer from transfer stations is a cost-prohibitive and environmentally degrading option." Why? Why is it cost-prohibitive? Why is it environmentally degrading? Because it means polluting. It means building transfer stations to haul waste to distant landfills, increasing traffic-related air pollution. You'll hear the acronym TRAP, and increasing methane gas from landfills where the waste is disposed. Further, that same study lists the continued use of Wheelabrator as the most cost-effective existing disposal option, with estimated annual savings of 2.6 to 4.6 annually compared to the city-owned quarantine-rolled landfill. I'd like to turn it over to Austin to talk about some of the things we're doing to reduce waste in Baltimore. Austin?
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, council members. My name is Austin Pritchard. I'm the plant manager here at Wheelabrator Baltimore. We are not opposed to zero waste. We know that society needs to be more responsible with waste, and we are a bridge to get there. I'm unaware of any member of the private sector in Baltimore that does more to promote the reuse of products in the city than Wheelabrator. Through our We Can Be More program, we promote residential recycling through a door-to-door education campaign in the city. We have provided more than 1,400 free recycling bins to residents of Baltimore. And each year we recycle tens of thousands of tons of metal that are delivered to our facility and will go otherwise unrecycled. We have 2 separate metals recycling systems. We are in communities every week addressing the illegal dumping and littering that is a blight on our city's neighborhoods. And during the pandemic, when the Department of Public Works has been facing unprecedented staffing and logistical challenges, we've set up temporary recycling facilities on the weekends, collection centers in city neighborhoods to keep recyclables from going to landfills or going to our facility. We work directly with community organizations, the faith-based community, and nonprofits to promote programs that support essential services in Baltimore. Thousands of Baltimore residents directly benefit from the programs we undertake in the city, and we look forward to continuing those efforts moving forward. And finally, and most important to me, our 75 full-time employees, 13 full-time contractors that are on site every day. We provide good pay and benefits to Baltimore City and County residents. We also spend over $15 million with contractors and vendors that rely on us to stay in business. Thank you. Dr. McTire is next.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me, and I'm sorry I couldn't come on video. Mr. Chairman and honorable council members, thank you very much for having me here today. I would like to take my time to talk about science and facts. As Mike alluded to, I'm what is called a card-carrying epidemiologist, but in the last 35 years of being an independent consultant, my goal is to understand, explain, and make sure that decisions are based on science and fact. So I come to this as a third-party reviewer of a study that was done and commissioned by Wheelabrator Baltimore, the Hoffman Foster study, which you can see in the slide on the right, But first, I'd like to talk about the George Thurston study, because I have been sitting through the hearing since 10 o'clock in the morning, hearing all of your testimony, and I feel the passion and the emotion. And so I hope I can bring you a scientific grounding that can help address and put context to this debate. So in tracking conversations and coverage about Wheeler-Brader Baltimore, I have been concerned with how much credence has been placed on the research conducted by Dr. George Thurston, published in 2017. And the commonly cited findings of this work are frankly misleading and unreliable, and I'm going to tell you why. This isn't my opinion. It's a conclusion that can't be avoided when evaluating the work based on objective research practices. First bullet on your slide, Dr. Thurston's study is based on a mathematical model, not on well-accepted environmental epidemiology methods that are traditionally used to understand correlations between exposures and disease. The Thurston study, secondly, has inputs that are used in the mathematical model, but Dr. Thurston in the report do not disclose the inputs used to yield its conclusions, which is highly unusual given expectations that all science should be transparent and verifiable. And this alone makes its findings at face value completely unreliable. The Thurston study does not use actual health data for asthma rates from Baltimore. It relies solely on the literature, and a somewhat outdated literature, albeit. Dr. Thurston attributes findings to a single source of exposure, the Wheeler-Brader Baltimore facility, but he uses a methodology that was designed by EPA to generally be applied to multi-source estimation of emissions to ambient air quality in a region, a state, a city, larger portion of the country, if you will, but rarely when a single source exposure is used. The model requires what we call a sensitivity analysis, or a range of values be given describing the data because of the uncertainty in performing these calculations using mathematical modeling. This is nowhere to be found in Dr. Thurston's report. For the record, I have attempted multiple times to reach Dr. Thurston, scientist to scientist, in the hopes that he would provide some answers to my questions, which I find necessary to be able to verify his work and to explain the inapplicable methodology of the study. He has not responded to my emails and calls. So having said that, Wheeler-Brader Baltimore retained me to review the study they commissioned by subject matter experts to explore if there was a correlation between the facility emissions and asthma rates in Baltimore. And the study used actual public health data, applied real air quality modeling.
Sorry to interrupt, just to note 10 minutes left.
Okay. And the standard environmental epidemiology analysis that should be performed to see if there's a correlation, after conducting a focused review of the public health literature to design and properly pre-specify a study plan for the study. The Wheeler-Brader Baltimore study is transparent, verifiable, and can be independently considered. Next slide. So I am going to show you this in the hopes that you can keep this in your mind as I go through my presentation, because I think this has largely been overlooked by anybody who has looked at data or issues of emissions and health effects in the community. Emissions are not air quality. Next slide. This slide shows a lot of different points that I want to make, but basically, facility emissions have a negligible impact on ambient air quality in Baltimore. And there's no correlation between Wheeler-Brader, Baltimore emissions and asthma in the city, which I'll show you in the next slide with an example. Let me just stay on this slide for just 1 minute. I don't know if you can see my cursor, you probably can't. But if you look at the green bar on this graph, which is right next to the facility, this graph depicts the impact on air concentrations of emissions from Wheeler-Brader, Baltimore to air quality as measured by the air modeling that was done specific for the study. And that shows a range of 0.08 to 0.5 milligrams per cubic meter of nitrogen dioxide. As an example, we can show you graphs for the other two criteria pollutants that were included in this study, namely sulfur dioxide and particulate matter 2.5. By the way, these are the three pollutants that are documented to be associated with asthma in any community. So those are the three that were looked at. Compare this to the orange bar and the cars underneath, which is the height of the annual air concentrations from all sources of emissions, cars, trucks, train sources from outside the region, and it also includes the Wheeler-Brader facility. So next slide. This is a very telling graph. This graph shows you the three criteria pollutants that I just mentioned and the contributions from the modeling from the Wheeler-Brader facility to the background rate. And of course, I'm listing here just the higher value. There's a lower value because we do present a range, as you should, for each of these components. And you can see that the contribution to the entire air quality around Baltimore City contributed by, for example, nitrogen dioxide is 1.80%. That's negligible compared to the larger circle here, which is all of the rest of the contributions to air quality. Here you have examples for SO2 and PM 2.5. They're self-explanatory. Next slide. Here I want to show you also nitrogen dioxide. And as I mentioned, there's no correlation between air quality due to NO2 emissions and asthma rates in the community. If you focus, as epidemiologists, what we try to do is find patterns in data. And this line kind of depicts the pattern that shows the points for all the zip codes that were tested in the study. And as you can see, this last one, 21230, is where the facility is located. And this is the point of maximum impact of NO2. And as you see, the asthma rates are nowhere near the asthma rates in other zip codes in the community. There's just no pattern in the data. Contrast.
Doctor, it's Mike. You've got like 1 minute.
Okay, I'm going to go fast. Sorry. Go ahead to the next one, please. What this study did, oops, no. Sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute to give the 5-minute warning. I'll have slides back going in a second.
I'm trying to go as fast as possible, but this is important data. Okay, this the graph is key because it confirmed what independent studies show, that social determinants of health are really the factors that were correlated in the study with asthma rates in the community. You see the clear pattern here in the data, and you see that the lower income is associated with higher asthma rates and the higher income with lower asthma rates. Median family income is a good indicator of poor living conditions, exposure to pests and rodents, access to healthcare. And so therefore, the conclusion of the study is really, this is what's important. What's important is the social determinants of health, including 4 different markers that the study used to find correlations. Next slide. That's it. Okay, so in summary, I dispute the idea that facility emissions could be having a negative impact on community health. The facts don't add up. There's negligible impacts on ambient air quality, as I showed you. Air emissions are not ambient air quality. Emissions are well below the state and federal air standards set in the Obama administration and designed to safeguard the environment and community health. And multiple independent studies conclude that traffic-related air pollution, or what we call TRAP, and social determinants of health are where the focus should be.
Thank you, Doctor. Thanks very much.
And now I'm going to hand this over to Reverend Hathaway.
Good, thank you. Reverend Al Hathaway, I serve as the pastor at Union Baptist Church, which is at 1219 Drew Hill Avenue. In fact, I was born in that block.
Hang on, Pastor.
Yes.
Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
We okay? Okay. I was born in that block in the 50s. In fact, as a child, I participated in an asthma study that was conducted by Sinai Hospital. Baltimore has always had high rates of asthma. Fortunately, through that study, I was able to address that childhood asthma condition, and later was able to run track and later able to run cross country. So I am aware of Baltimore's asthma issues over the years, and I recognize that we must do everything possible. I am for zero waste. And so I went to Wheelabrator, we collaborated. I said, I need to make certain that the persons in the Upton community and communities throughout the city understand recycling. And we created a program called Green Ambassadors. And the Green Ambassadors program has been, one, cleaning up areas surrounding faith-based institutions throughout the city. The second, it has been training persons in the community to participate and be hired. They're paid at a rate of $15 an hour for 8 hours of work during the week to clean up and also to interact with residents around recycling. And we've done that for the past 2 years, that it's been a successful program. We're even growing that program, and I believe that Bishop Carter can talk to you about how we have grown that program since that time.
Our church, I serve a community in the East Baltimore. Are we good? Larry Green, are we good? Okay. I serve a community in the East Baltimore community. I've been in that community for more than 30 years. And also I give leadership to a ministerial group, Ministers Conference of Baltimore Vicinity. There's no question about it. I echo what Dr. Hathaway has put forth in terms of our partnership with Wheelabrator. We are the gatekeepers of the community, if you will, because we are on the ground, relate to the people in our community on a daily basis, and we get a chance to hear the concerns. Grime and crime is one of the things that lead to health problems, if you will. I mean, there's a concern for Baltimore, but even beyond that, when you consider the rodent issue.
Sorry to interrupt. 1 minute left for the panel.
When you consider the rodent issue, it's very difficult. And Wheelabrator has been very real in stepping forward and working with us. I like to say I've been hearing a whole lot today. I too have been here since 10 a.m. getting the information. And I take seriously what everyone has said, but I need to, and I've heard facts, the Obama administration is probably the strictest when it comes to EPA guidelines ever. And they say waste to energy is better than trucking and landfilling our waste. I'm going to end with this because I've got just a few seconds left. We have a line that says, we perish for lack of knowledge. I like to paraphrase that and say, we do perish for lack of knowledge, but we also perish when we don't come together. And I'm hoping that both sides will sit and hear and continue this conversation because we want the same thing, and I believe we can reach the same solution that will work for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop. Thank you.
Mike, that concludes your panel.
There was one other person. Jen, are you there?
They have another person. Since I'm on the side of this question, may I say that we should give the last person her couple minutes, please?
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yeah.
Councilwoman, thank you very much. Only because you said that, we will. Mike?
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, Council, for letting me come in and voice that we are all for zero waste, just like you guys are. I'm a longtime resident of Brooklyn, an advocate of circular city living, which I think we can get to, and I'm so excited to be part of this today. But seeing Wheelabrator as a partner instead of a problem, I think is part of this solution. They've been helping us clean up the alleys, clean up our gardens, clean up our parks, and resurrect Brooklyn that we've been trying to do for 2 years. We're also working on composting and recycling with Wheelabrator within the community. We also participate in their Green Ambassador program, which is a workforce development for our kids. So I work with Filbert Street Garden, where Marvin is, and what I think this is time for is to stop the discord in how we get to zero waste and start holding our industrial partners accountable for social work and make this a reality for us and Wheelabrator as partners in Baltimore. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our panel. Councilwoman Clark, thank you very much.
Choice, because I've got a couple of ministers here that I owe a lot of thanks to in my life. And besides, I'm not going to let a woman not get her turn.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I'm going to start off, Pastor Hathaway, just because of how familiar I am in our work together. I want to thank you for your important work in the Upton community in the 11th district, which I represent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. In fact, I was very impressed how this deliberation occurred. I commend the council persons for your attendance to detail.
Thank you. It's an important issue, and it deserves our attention. I'm going to now open it up for questions to the panel. I'll go to you first, Councilwoman Clark, if you have anything. You're on mute still, Councilwoman.
First of all, I really appreciate the presentation. I really thank everyone who did present, and I think Dr. McIntyre,
McTire, it's okay.
McTire. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
McTire.
okay.
That was very brave of you to try to teach us like a month's worth of information in about 5 minutes. I really do have a question, but I'm not sure this panel is the one I should be asking, but it's Bresco I would like to ask. We're talking about, and I'm not asking for any inside information. We're talking about a 10-year extension of a contract that expires in 2021. And it with the city, a contract with the city expires. Therefore, sometime before the end of 2021, presumably, there is proposed to be a 10-year contract. And I guess, and apparently it's about a 40 million, and I'm just picking this up as I go along, $40 million outfit for new technology to reduce emissions. And it's basically, I expected $95 million, but what I'm asking Wheelabrator Bresco is, what are your plans? I mean, if there's an expansion, if there were to be that 10-year expansion, you're making the investment, you're not asking the city of Baltimore to chip into that improvement. So are you looking toward making the investment and then continuing on decade by decade after it's paid off? That's a lot of questions. Yeah. That's my question.
So, Councilwoman, I would love to get into detail on that. Unfortunately, our company's policy is not to discuss ongoing litigation. And with the appeal of this I can't get into any of that because it's still in litigation.
What you're saying, and I was just trying to get around the edges of what you couldn't talk about, but I respect that, and that's basically my question. I'm very glad to see you working with some of these wonderful people in these communities. It's good to see. We're just worried, and I think it was a very fine presentation about the connection of asthma and the output of the Bresco facility. I really appreciated it, and it went by fast, but thank you for that effort. I'm worried about the future if we cannot get out of incineration and move ourselves into zero waste. So that was really my question, but I appreciate and learned a lot from everyone that's here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, that's it. I'm going to move over to, if that is it, Councilman Reisinger, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try to take a stab at what Councilwoman Clark wanted to say. Mike, I understand you can't, it's a pending negotiations, and I get that, I understand that. But my question is that, and I'm going back to Dana Moore, is that regards to the city, that for zero waste and also with DPW, to get to that point where we get to zero, we're going towards zero waste with recycling and composting. So on that, theoretically, at 10-year contract that you want to negotiate with the city, when we get to that piece of trying to attain zero waste, and what happens with Wheelabrator after that? Because I know you need the money to retool, re-engineer, and you need to get back your return of your investment. So where is the management or the directive of Wheelabrator that, going by what the bishop's saying, that we work in partnership? Where's Wheelabrator after that? If it is 10 years or 8 years, where's Wheelabrator going to go from there? Is it out of state because you need that trash to come in to burn for you to make a profit, for you to get your investment back? I'll end there. Go ahead.
Councilman, that's a great question. As to any kind of contracts or things that the city solicitor mentioned, I can't comment on it. She can, I can't. But in terms of zero waste, I think you've heard our plant manager say we are all in for zero waste. There is, and I think the city's Less Waste, Better Baltimore study is indicative of the fact that there's an acknowledgement that that's going to take a while. And where we are is we will manage the city's waste in a sustainable way for as long as the city needs us. And I think that says it all. I like to point to the UK and their recycling rate. You heard Dante, I think he said the city's recycling rate was 15%. In the UK, the recycling rate is 40 to 50%. And it's now bumping up. It's 47 actually, bumping up to 50. We have 3 new plants over there because at the end of the day, there's still 50% that has to be disposed of in some fashion. So the road to zero waste is going to take a while, and we're going to be there as long as the city needs us.
Okay, thank you. So my other question, if it's okay, Mr. Chair, my other question is, in the perfect world, how far can Wheelabrator get down to the emissions? Because I remember a few years back, it was 110, 190. So I know we were asking for 45. What's your number?
So again, that's all subject to part of the litigation. I will tell you this, Councilman, we've gone from, we've reduced our emissions just this past 18 months by our NOx emissions by about 30%. And we are continuing to look for better ways to do things. We are continuing to look to lower those emissions. So I will leave you with that that's all part of the litigation, but we are continuing to strive to reduce our emissions.
So you can't, because of negotiation, you can't tell us what your emissions are now?
Yeah, our emissions now are the ones that are.
What's the number?
Austin, if you're still on, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe, Councilman, it's 130 ppm. Councilman, I will get back to you on that, but I believe it's 130 ppm.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask another question to the scientist? I forgot.
Yeah, let me, I want to follow protocol, but can I come back to you for that?
Yeah, sure. I get it. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to be fair to everyone. So we did Councilwoman Clark and Reisinger, Pinkett, Stokes, Bullock, or Sneed. Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I have several questions. So if nobody else has any questions, I would prefer Councilman Reisinger to complete his, and then I'll be fine.
Okay. Stokes, Bullock, or Sneed, anything?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Reisinger, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question to the scientist. It's been stated that Bresco is the #1 polluter for the city of Baltimore. And I know that they may be able to say it's #2 because of the car emissions. What's the scientist's opinion on Wheelabrator being stated that they are the #1 commercial, violator in the city of Baltimore?
Yes, thank you very much for asking that question, because that is often being stated, and I've heard that before, of course, many times. Now, that is pretty unfair question, because focusing on one source of emissions fails to consider all the other sources of emissions that are contributing to ambient air quality. And if I can bring you back to my first slide, that emissions is not air quality, what you have to look at is the entire contribution to air quality and what percentage of that the facility contributes. So it's an unfair question. It's not based on science, because it fails to consider the important air emissions issue here that I think many people have failed to recognize. You have to look at ambient air quality. And when you model this and you look at the relative contribution of different sources of air pollution in Baltimore City, yes, you're right. TRAP is the first one that pops up, and not only in Baltimore, but in urban settings, the pollution from traffic, PM 2.5, is great. And that is a very, very important contributor to asthma in any community, including Baltimore City. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, well, I mean, I understand what you're saying about the cumulative effect from all the other entities, but you're telling me that with science, we can't tell what percentage is coming from Bresco, just to be equitable about it?
We can, but it has no meaning when you look at the relationship of emissions to asthma rates or any other health outcome, because you can't just correlate actual emission amounts to asthma. That's not how it works. It's what people breathe, right? And so if you're going to correlate it to a health outcome by people breathing it, you can't just assume that what comes out of the stack is really what people are breathing. It mixes and disperses in the air, and that's why air modeling exists, by everybody, the EPA, anybody who looks at health effects, looks at air modeling, and considers all the impacts to ambient air quality of the different sources of emissions. So you can talk about emissions, but you really can't correlate and should not correlate direct absolute amounts of emission to any health outcome, because that doesn't make any sense. You have to use common sense to be able to correlate one to the other. It's what people breathe. People are not at the stack. They're living in the environment and they're breathing a mixture of air that is contributed to by many different sources. In this case, TRAP would be the most important, but remember I told you, the issue of social determinants of health are what really matter, not the negligible emissions from the Wheeler-Rader facility. And this was a study that was based on real data, as opposed to a mathematical model. Does that make sense?
Councilman, are you good?
Yeah, I'm just trying to unmute myself. I hear what you're saying. I guess I have to, I went as far as general science, so I'm not a chemist or anything like that. But I'm sure there's other advocates or other scientists that may disagree with you, so I'd like to hear from them also. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Pinkett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have a couple questions for Dr. McTier.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I can hear you.
So is asthma impacted by air quality?
Of course. Yes. The three main components of pollution that impact asthma rates, and we talk about asthma hospitalizations and asthma emergency room discharge visits, which are the data that are routinely collected, right? Mm-hmm. And the data for this study was collected from Baltimore City. So those data are collected. It's accessible to anybody who wants to look at these data. And there are three major, what we call criteria pollutants that impact asthma rates. Those are NOx, nitrogen oxides, of which the largest component is nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and particulate matter 2.5. Those are the three most significant environmental exposure causes of asthma.
And so do emissions impact air quality?
Absolutely. Emissions definitely impact air quality, but it's a relative impact depending on the source. Obviously, PM 2.5 coming from cars, as we know, there's a lot of published literature on this subject, that car fumes, exhaust particulate matter from cars, trucks, trains, vehicles, have a great impact on ambient air quality in urban cities and in Baltimore City as well. It's documented in the literature. What I'm trying to say is that the impact of the facility emissions on ambient air quality is negligible, as I showed you in those three circles, compared to the background rate, which is the rest of it. And of course, there's other emissions in Baltimore. There's other sources of emissions of these chemicals in Baltimore City as well. So when you consider everything together, that's the pie, the contribution of the facility through air modeling the emissions effect on air quality is negligible compared to the background rate.
And how long has Bresco been in operation? Was it 30 years, 30 something years?
I don't know that I can answer that. Mike?
Yeah, I think it's, Councilman, I think it's 35 years.
And so is Bresco, I know we talked about the automobile emissions, but is Bresco the I guess greatest contributor as it relates to emissions from a stationary facility in our city?
So I don't know if it's the single biggest single source of a stationary facility, but it's one of the few stationary facilities in the city. So it's going to be up there, and we've never shied away from that.
Do you have an opinion on that, Doctor?
Well, for me, it really doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter how much is emitted. First of all, whatever is emitted, and this, I think, may not have come up, is that, before the emissions are let out into the air, they're scrubbed highly inside the stack. So what comes out, and I don't know an absolute amount what comes out, but what comes out mixes and disperses in the air. And so you have to go from emissions to ambient air quality. It mixes with the air. There's wind, there's meteorological conditions that are taken into consideration in these models to tell you what the impact of the emissions is on ambient air quality. And when you look at that with a model that was done by an independent company, TRC, for this study, it showed that it's negligible.
Right.
And I showed you the amounts.
And this might seem like a silly question, but are we all in agreement that Baltimore has air pollution? Because it doesn't sound like all of us agree that there's air pollution in Baltimore.
Well, I think there's air pollution everywhere, and there's air pollution in all urban cities. And I don't think anybody would dispute that there's a level of air pollution in Baltimore. But the issue is, what is the relative contribution of the different sources of air pollution? And what we're telling you is that it's very well documented that trap is the biggest source of air pollution.
Correct.
Councilman Pinkett, can I jump in and ask for clarification? I'd like a more direct answer to the councilman's question here. And Councilman, I'm going to paraphrase here, and if I'm incorrect, please jump in. Is there an acknowledgement that we have a serious air pollution problem in Baltimore City? I think that's what the councilman is asking, not does every major city in the country deal with air pollution, because we already know that's the fact, right?
Well, I don't think I am qualified to answer that question, but what I can tell you is that there is an issue with asthma in the community, and that air pollution is one of the causes of asthma, as well as other causes, right? As I mentioned to you, social determinants. So I can't tell you whether anybody accepts that there's a pollution problem in Baltimore. Mike, can you add to that?
Our study, we went to what we had heard in the community was the concern, and that was asthma. And we didn't study pollution. There's no acknowledgement that pollution does not exist. I think we all agree in urban areas there's pollution. But that is not what we undertook to study. Is our facility impacting asthma in the community? And you've heard what Dr. McTeer has said about that.
And I appreciate that. I don't know if, and I appreciate the study for asthma, and because it's such a impact on so many in our city. But there are other issues related to emissions and pollution that go beyond just asthma that are, impacting citizens of Baltimore as well. And I guess one of my concerns and one of my points is that if we agree that there is pollution in our city, and that pollution is coming from, I guess, a variety of sources, predominantly the vehicle emissions, there are other contributors to that as well. And so, if those emissions are impacting air quality, which ultimately impacts asthma and other, health issues, then Wheelabrator is a part of that. No matter how, insignificant, Dr. McTeer is saying, but hers is really speaking about asthma, not about the overall, air quality or overall health of our city.
Well, I have an opinion about that, even though we didn't look at other diseases. The issue of social determinants of health, poverty, associated with all of the ramifications of living in crowded spaces, poor living conditions, having low access to healthcare, living in places that may be infested with roaches and mice and rodents. All of that has impact on health in general. This is not just asthma. Okay. And this study clearly showed, I mean, I had to fly through that last slide, but, and also let me just point out that this study in its entirety is posted on the Wheelabrator website. So anybody can go and look and get more information on it. But, you know, there's plenty of literature to document that poor living conditions, and poverty especially, also it is, you know, related to minority populations are associated with bad health outcomes. So where I think, in my scientific opinion, you should be putting the focus on is on that. On, I mean, you see COVID is very replicable to this in Baltimore. That's where it should be. The facility is not contributing to the ambient air quality in amounts that would be correlated to asthma, at least. And of course, we haven't looked at other diseases, but it's a marker for everything else.
Right. So doctor, I guess my point is that does recycling or composting cause asthma?
Well, I'm not qualified to talk about that, but it doesn't make sense to me that recycling or composting would be related to asthma, except for the fact that the social determinants of health are still there.
Right. So how much of the materials that go to Bresco can be recycled or composted? What percentage?
Mike?
Councilman, I don't know the answer to that. I think the one model I would say is look to the UK. They're at 50%. We're at 10%. So there's probably another 30 to 40% of the waste stream that could be recycled, as demonstrated in Europe. But the other thing about emissions that I think is important is if Bresco went away, what would happen? Until that recycling and composting kicks in, you're going to be trucking waste to distant landfills. You're going to be increasing the trap because you're going to be using those tractor trailers to go hundreds of miles to Pennsylvania or Virginia. And the result is your air quality will probably be worse as a result compared to Bresco.
I still think it's a relevant. I mean, and I respect that you don't have the answer. I think it's a relevant point for us to know how much of the materials that actually go to Bresco are recyclable and compostable, and even beyond, you know, the habits of Baltimoreans. If is it 50%? Is it 60%? Is it 70%? How much of the materials that you actually incinerate could be diverted to another source? I think that's important for us as a city and a user to also know.
I can tell you this, the US EPA, I believe, says that 70 to 80% of municipal solid waste can be reduced, reused, or recycled. So, I mean, that's out there, and that's obviously a lofty goal. But if you use the US EPA, and I'm sure they had some basis for issuing that statement, they've said 70 to 80%, Councilman.
Okay. Chairman, I had a question for both Bishop Carter and Dr. Hathaway, if I can. Gentlemen, do you all personally believe that there is a negative impact, health impact from the Bresco incinerator on the residents of Baltimore?
I got first by saying I've been hearing a lot about the asthma. And as you know, in East Baltimore, in the Oliver community, and for long before it was pushed in Wheelabrator's direction in terms of asthma, we've been dealing with asthma problems in East Baltimore for a very, very long time. And what we have found has been parallel with what Wheelabrator is saying in terms of rodent infestation, in terms of poverty and health disparities, which has created that asthma problem in my community. Now, we are a little distance away from Wheelabrator, but I'm just simply saying that has been the reality. I'm not it's real clear to me that we do have some health disparities, and we want to get that correct. So to answer your question, no, I haven't seen where Wheelabrator is affecting the asthma problem in my community. That's the answer I can give you.
Councilman, I would say to you that when I drive in on 295 and I look up at that smokestack and I see all of that white smoke spewing out of that site, I wonder what is that? And I wonder not only what is that, I wonder how can we reduce that? And I've said that to Wheelabrator, continuously say that to them, and they have pointed me to the fact that they are retrofitting their emissions control in such a way that not just the smoke that I see, but the emissions that come out, that they are working to reduce that. But you are correct in your sense that coming in and you look and you see the blue sky of Baltimore, and out of it you see this white smoke. You do wonder what is it, and I think that's a question we consistently have to ask of Wheelabrator. What is it, and how do we reduce it?
Yeah, and you know, I hope this wouldn't be the case, but you know, something in my gut says that this whole argument would be different if the shadow of that tower didn't fall on Cherry Hill and Westport, but fell on Guilford or Hamden or Roland Park. We wouldn't be sitting here having the same conversation about asthma and lead in emissions and all that kind of conversation. Everybody would be talking about shut it down. But it's a different conversation when the people who've had to endure it for now 2 generations, don't have that same level of voice. And we're talking about, if we reduce it, and ship, our trash to someplace else. And we're talking about the residents of that community, of our city. Only a third of that trash that's being incinerated is produced by Baltimore. And so we're talking about increased emissions. We already have increased emissions in our city from all the surrounding jurisdictions that are driving that trash to be burnt in Baltimore. So it won't be an increased traffic because they won't be coming to Baltimore anymore to dump their trash. I imagine if it was the reverse and Baltimore County, Howard County, Anne Arundel County was the home of Wheelabrator, would they have a different conversation with Baltimore going, okay, we're going to bring our 300 and something thousand tons of trash to you? I guarantee you it would be a different conversation. And so thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me just say that I fully appreciate that, Councilman Pickett. I fully appreciate that. And that's why I really believe it's important that we really come together in a mindset of how we can reason this thing out. Because I see it on both sides. The statement you just made is powerful. But then I see the other side where the facts, the science say that it's not contributing to the health disparities that we see in our head. But I think it's good. And I think this conversation really needs to be continued with, not with emotions, but with, just really getting at the facts.
Right. And Bishop, I'm not a scientist. This is not my area of business. I just know in my limited number of years that my community always comes on the short end of the data. It's always healthy and not impactful until it is impactful and not healthy to our community. And we never find it out in the beginning when it could have been preventative. We always got to figure it out at the end when now we're trying to rescue people who have already been impacted. Mm-hmm. And we got too much history where, our community is the community getting the cancer. Our community is the one getting the other health issues when it was supposed to be so safe, but it ends up being our water, our air, our environment. Lead was all right to paint houses until we found out all our children getting sick. And to me, it's just another situation like that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, any other questions for this panel?
Mr. Chair, I just have a comment. This is Councilman Stokes.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to mention about almost 40 years ago, I started an asthma program in the Oliver community. It's called the Oliver School-Based Asthma Program. I actually had asthma all my life. When I was 7 years old, my mother had to rush me to the hospital. I'm talking over 50 years ago. My son had it. I used to get my son when he was 2 years old and end up had to rush him to the hospital. They had to put him in this plastic bubble so he could breathe. Now, I'm not saying that came from Willa, but we've been having this asthma problem for a long time. I don't know how long Willa been there, but asthma has been a big problem in the Black community for a long time. And it's not just the air, it's the roaches, it's the carpet, it's a whole lot of stuff. So I think we need to look at it a little different and see where's all this coming from. It could be emissions, it could be Willa, it could be that's making asthma. People have problems with the asthma, but I think as both sides, we need to really sit down and talk about where's all this coming from. Because we see the white smoke, but some of the smoke you don't see. Where's that coming from? Asthma comes from smoking. If somebody in the house smoking and a kid got asthma, it triggers their asthma. This program was teaching young kids and their parents the symptoms of asthma. So I think as this conversation keep going, that we need, and Reverend Carter said that we need to have a bigger conversation, because both sides has a legitimate reason why this is happening, and we can't just put it on one organization. It could be kids walking down the street and, emissions from a car and do it. So I don't know where it comes from. All I know is asthma been a problem in the Black community for a long time, over 40 years. So I just wanted to share that with you because I started an asthma program in the Oliver community. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, any other questions for this panel? All right, Matt, how many people do we have on the line?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think right now we have 31 attendees. A number of them are panelists who have already spoken, or city representatives as well. But I think outside of that, probably 15 or 16.
So 15 of 31 individuals have not yet testified?
That is correct. And everyone who's joined us by computer has the ability to use the raise hand function. If you'd like to ask them to do that, to let us know if they would like to testify. We do have, I think, 6 or 7 callers who don't have that option, though.
Okay, so what's the total number of people that you're estimating that are remaining to testify?
It is hard to guess, other than just the number of attendees. So there's, I would think up to 20 people who haven't spoken who may want to.
Okay, we're gonna go into recess for a minute, or we're gonna go into recess for 3 minutes. We'll be back at 2:50 p.m. Okay, back in session. All right, Matt, you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start to take public testimony. We're gonna give people a maximum of 1 minute to testify. Right now we are on 4 hours and 51 minutes into this hearing, which we did start promptly at 10. So we're going to do 1 minute of testimony. Matt, are you going to start with the callers or with the raise hand function? And I'll defer to you.
Well, Mr. Chair, maybe I can walk everybody very quickly through the raise hand function and then start with callers while folks have a chance to find the button.
Please proceed with that approach.
Great. So everyone who is joining us by computer, you should have a button or a series of buttons at the bottom that includes one with 3 dots just going across the middle. If you click on that, you should have a button to raise your hand. and it should be as simple as that. If you are not able to find the button, you can also use the chat function to let me know that you would like to testify, and I will make sure that you get added to the list. And with that, I will start unmuting each of the callers one by one, since they do not have a raise hand function. Callers, when you're unmuted, you'll hear 2 beeps. And when you hear those 2 beeps, please either state your name and begin your testimony, or if you have no testimony, just say so. Thank you. First caller, you're unmuted now. Okay. No response. Second caller, you should have just heard 2 beeps. And no response. Next caller, I should have just heard 2 beeps. No response. Next caller, should have just heard 2 beeps. No response. And next caller. And no response. Oh.
Hello?
Sorry, yes. Did you have testimony?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yes. My name is Dante. I'm a lifelong citizen of Baltimore, Maryland. I participated in the Greenworks program that the ministers talked about, cleaning up our city. I think that a universal approach to everybody working together would be best for us to resolve this problem, and that we should base our opinion more on the data than on emotion.
Okay. Thank you. Next caller, you should have just heard 2 beeps. If you'd like to testify. No response. And last caller, you should have just heard 2 beeps if you would like to testify.
Yes, I would. My name is Gordon Kaufman. I'm the CEO of Baltimore Hydraulics, located in Baltimore. We started in 1960, and we've been located on 25th Street for all these years. We've been working for Wheelabrator for probably close to as long as they've been in town. And you know as well as I that a lot of industry has left the Baltimore area, and we've certainly had repercussions in our business because of it. And I see this as possibly just another smokestack that's going to leave our area. As long as I've worked with them, they've always been concerned about the environment and the emissions, and I've seen them put in equipment and develop programs to help in that effort. And I think if you all work together, from what I heard today, Wheelabrator's eager to make things better for the community. And I think if the council and that company were to work together, you'd come up with solutions that maybe you're not getting independently. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Other than Panasonic cordless phones rock, man, because I've been on this thing since you started, and it's still got battery life. So there you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He must be using an Android and not an iPhone. That's for sure.
And Mr. Chair, that was the last of the callers, and so bear with me for one moment. I will go to people with their hands raised or who sent a chat. First, we have Deborah Kleinman.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, hi. I just want to say that this is one of the worst examples of I'm the chair of the Greater Baltimore Group of the Sierra Club, and I feel that this is one of the worst examples of environmental.
Ma'am, can you please start over? I'm having trouble hearing you. Or speak
Sure.
clearly in the mic.
Yeah. Can you hear me better now?
Sure.
Okay, my name is Deborah Kleinman, and I am the chair of the Greater Baltimore Group of the Sierra Club. And I have many points, but the one that I would like to stress is that this is one of the worst examples of environmental racism, I believe, in this country. Curtis Bay, it had to be a bunch of students down there that stopped another incinerator from being built. And one of the students now is an activist with United Workers, and we've been working with them for a few years to try to figure out how to change Baltimore's way of dealing with its trash and other communities around Baltimore. This is in a poor Black neighborhood. Most of the people that are testifying from Wheelabrator are not people that are in that situation. And I've worked in the preschools in city, and I know that there was a child that died of asthma, and I think it's a real problem. And I think that we have the solutions, we've thought of them, and most of the stuff that we're burning in Wheelabrator can be recycled, reused, or reduced. And we need to start composting. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Shan Gordon.
Well, yeah, this has been a really interesting way to spend quite a bit of the day. I'm hoping that I'll be able to get a recording of this. I'm with Cool Green Schools, and I think it would be a great way to teach kids about how science is used and misused, and how sometimes we look at the wrong numbers. I'm really glad that there's been some attention paid to the health aspects of what's going on. And we need to really focus on that. And I would hope that you would look at this study by George Thurston and give him an opportunity to respond. I'm old enough to remember when cigarettes weren't supposed to be dangerous. Maybe some of you are too. And so when I came to Baltimore, I was just stunned that you would put an incinerator in the middle of your city and put the name of the city on top of it. You're signing that for all of us. And you're telling the kids that, you know what, you aren't that important to us. You know, if you can't breathe, you know, if people die, because it's not just asthma. The study by Mr. Thorsten and other EPA studies have talked about heart attacks, COPD, a lot of other things that people just slowly die from. And I've talked to people that have those kind of maladies, and they talk about how they are just trying to breathe, just afraid that they're going to die on the way to the hospital. And I just really urge the council to just decide that this is what they're going to put an end to, and force the people in the administration to go there. We've dallied too long. There's always a reason not to go forward, and there's always a cost to moving forward and getting rid of something that's bad for our health. But I really am encouraged that I'm hearing some of the counselors take their position very seriously, and will make it happen. I've been stunned that the solicitor seems to have basically created a coup where she's creating the policy rather than the council. And I'm wondering who's working for who. So thank you very much for allowing me to talk. If you could give me some way to get a recording of this, I think it's fascinating. And thank you very much.
Thank you. The recording should be posted on YouTube on the Charm TV's section, probably within a day.
Thank you so much.
And next we have Travis S.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Travis Satterts. I live and work in Baltimore City. And just watching this whole thing today, it was really, really great. Good way to see, democracy in work and actually moving forward, as opposed to our federal government. But I just wanted to come out and say that I do oppose this bill because I don't believe it is the most environmentally safe or fiscally responsible path forward for Baltimore to achieve its zero waste goal. And I do find it very concerning that members of the city council are considering a bill that goes against the recommendations of their legal, public works, and finance departments, and also their own 10-year waste plan. In the hearing today, it did become evident that the bill seems to prioritize landfilling over waste to energy until the zero waste program is fully established here in Baltimore. And I don't think that's the right solution. Increased landfilling, for one, under the Obama administration, their EPA, they said that waste energy is listed above landfilling in the hierarchy of waste management. I believe that was mentioned by one of the panelists today. Searched it up, turns out it's true. Also, landfills emit a lot of methane. And even if you do have methane capturing units there, they're not super efficient. So that methane gas actually does go into our atmosphere, and it's a major contributor to global climate change and the deterioration of our protective ozone layer. So it's not an environmentally safe option that I think we should be using. This bill, if passed, it would kind of tie our hands and force us to use the worst option for waste disposal until we get that zero waste infrastructure up and running. Definitely sounds like all parties involved today are all for zero waste, which is awesome. And I definitely think it's a goal that Baltimore should strive to achieve. But unfortunately, right now, we don't have that large scale zero waste infrastructure. And due to the lack of that, I think it would be irresponsible, both environmentally and fiscally, to move forward with this bill. I think waste energy can play a role in helping the city reach their zero waste goal. Thank you for giving me this time to speak today. Hope you consider my comments as you move forward deliberating this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I think that was the last person who wanted to testify.
Okay. We're now 5 hours and 4 minutes in. Matt, thank you for the excellent work today. You've been an incredible help. Helped run a very smooth meeting. We couldn't have done that without you. It was a great conversation. It was civil. So I really appreciate all your help and hard work that went into this to make this thing go smooth. Councilwoman Clark and all of our colleagues, thank you for sitting through this entire thing. I've been a part of a lot of 5 and 6 hour hearings and have never had every committee member sit through the entire thing. So I really appreciate that. And most importantly, I want to thank everyone for the public, both the panels and the public who participated today. Provided a lot of great testimony on both sides of the issue. And lastly, thank our city agencies, the Law Department, DPW, and the Department of Finance for all their hard work that went into the research and putting together those agency comments reports, which are so important for us as we work through this. What I'd like to do, and I'll go to Councilwoman Clark in a moment, what we're going to do is go into recess in a minute. We are going to come back for another hearing. We obviously got a great amount of information today. We've got a lot to digest. Matt, there may be people who did want to testify who I'm sure dropped off at some point during this literal marathon. If you could keep a running list of those individuals for us and offer up an opportunity for them to testify when back for a follow-up hearing. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Councilwoman Clark for any final comments before we go into recess.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your patience, for your organizational skills, for your courtesy to one and all. I'd like to acknowledge that, and maybe it was acknowledged, but let me do it again. Our city solicitor has sat through the whole thing. And I know how busy her life is, and thank you so much for that, Dana, because it's been a long day. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for putting us in recess. You have asked for a couple of documents in the course of this hearing, and I hope that when we come back in session, which I hope is soon, because this is still a matter of urgency to us that have co-sponsored and followed it. So I'll be talking to you about that. Do you have to have a council meeting to announce the resumption of a recessed meeting?
No, I don't believe that we do. Matt, can you confirm that's correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. We can schedule a work session or voting session without having to announce it at the council meeting.
That's great. And I think it would give us a chance also to talk amongst ourselves about this whole issue that we've been talking about all day, which is of great interest and importance to us all. And
as long as it's less than 4 of us on the committee, of course, at any given time, so that we're not in violation of the Public Meetings Act. When you said
I'm not.
Ourselves. I was saying.
I didn't mean it that way.
I know you didn't, Councilwoman. You're a stickler for. Wanted to make it clear for anyone who's listening.
Yes. I'm sorry.
We're only permitted to have 3 or less of us on the
committee. No. I want us all to be here to talk about this, and that includes the public. I just meant I would like a chance to talk to each other. Also, I don't care how many people from the public are listening or want to chime in, but I'd like to make something out of this here, if possible, and get some clarification about the things you asked for, and that also my colleague from the 7th District asked for. So thank you very much for your leadership and for having us all here all day. It's been a pleasure, if a long one.
It's been my sincere pleasure, Councilwoman. We will certainly talk. Yes.
I just want to make a comment because we give a closeout, right?
Yes, sir.
I just want to remind at the end of the day, the bill is not legally sound per law department. That's my comment.
Duly noted. No, I think we're all clear on what law department's position is. We're gonna go into recess now. And Councilwoman, I'm sure we'll be talking in the coming days. I think I'm going to take the next hour or so off. So we'll be talking soon. So thank you all very much, and I hope everyone has a great weekend. We're now in recess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.